canceled. Due to the severe ongoing alcohol shortage and multiple reports that the last thing has been hacked, DEFCON has been canceled.
Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Okay, so this should work now. Let's try this. Da-da-da. Okay, just give it a moment. I just want to make sure we're not chipmunking here. Okay, there's a bit of an echo. I could try to change that by making the audio a bit more lower quality, but in exchange, it might get rid of that echo if that's fine for you guys. Okay, I'm gonna change the audio settings. Let's see if this works. And oh boy, I've been having one hell of a weekend, let me tell you. Which is why I wasn't able to stream yesterday and I streamed today. So let's go fix this right now. Hopefully this will change. All right, give it a minute or so I can hear myself, and we'll see if that changed anything. All right, give it a minute or so I can hear myself, and there should be no more echo, but the audio should be of lower quality. Different kind of echo. Okay, how about this? Which echo do you prefer, the one now or the one before? Also, we're in like a really well soundproof room, and there is a 3D printer going off next to me, so sound's going to be a little bit of a thing going on, but it's all entirely up to you. Yeah, I figured the new one, it's like, again, what you might think of an echo is my voice is kind of muffled. because it's a lower quality, but it tends to displace all the audio background. It's not as sensitive as the. I usually use the other setting when I want to do higher quality stuff, and it works. And when I do lock picking stuff, because you can hear the locks. But so anyhow, welcome. Finally, took forever. I'm supposed to originally go at 4:30 today, and originally we were supposed to do this yesterday, but that didn't work. But welcome to the first in a long time, not only live stream, but DCG 201 special. Yeah. Oh, and of course, this is not Crypto Barons. Let's get rid of this. I'm gonna have to do that on the other stream. There we go. This is pure DCG 201 right here. So this is great. So let's do a quick introduction. Let's get into this because this is going to be kind of a long stream. We have a lot to cover today. So thank you for that. Oh, cool. Oh, it's one of the. I'm guessing you said thank you for the class. You're probably thinking of the Hack Manhattan lockpicking classes that I do down there, which actually just reminded me. I'm going to preload this. So, yeah, if you were in one of those classes, thank you. Heads up on those classes, though. We are going to be, because this week is DEFCON week and Hacker Summer Camp, there's not going to be, I usually do 2 lockpicking classes in person at Hack Manhattan, and I'm going to cover that in a moment. There's not going to be an earlier part of the month. I might do another class this later part of August, but September, both classes are going to resume. So worst comes to worst, I'll see you all in September for there. But let's focus on the stream today. So let's do the intro. So who am I? I am known as the Sides of Pockets, aka Sidepocket. I've been in the hacker scene for a while, and I'm one of the 2 co-founders of DCG 201, formerly known as DEFCON 201. We normally do hacker meetings once a month in the beautiful state of the smelliest armpit of America, Jersey City, particularly Jersey City, New Jersey. We haven't had meetings in a while just because everything's been so screwy lately, but we officially announced a while ago, kind of got buried with all the news, that in September, we're finally resuming meetings. I already have the schedule up all the way until February for next year of what every month's meeting it's going to be. We're going to be meeting at a new day, a new time, and a new location, probably in Jersey City because we're signing off the agreements on that. Really amazing space, by the way, and I can't wait to the type of content that you'll see. And just like what we've done, well, you're going to get the most amount of experience coming to our meetings in person. And thank you, Cosmophile, for following us. I'm going to talk about follows in a moment. Following us, I believe, on Twitch. However, you're going to really like the content you're going to see in person, but we will have some of our meeting content every meeting live streamed. I also want to announce that just because of my own personal life schedule, as well as the schedule of the facilities that I'm streaming at right now, which is Hack Manhattan, I have reduced my 2 live stream shows, Master of Unlocking and Crypto Barons, to only once a month instead of twice a month. However, you're going to get way more solid content out of those individual live streams. So don't miss them. They're only going to happen once a month now, but it's going to be super quality stuff. August is going to be about this month. I'm going to live stream Crypto Barons and Master of Unlocking. It's all going to be about cryptocurrency and blockchain stuff in Vegas and lockpicking stuff at DEFCON and other hacker conventions during Hacker Summer Camp. So be excited. And then September, we're going to have a whole bunch of new content that I've been building up for months now. Again, up until next February. And I know some things further out than 2024 February, but those are going to be like really special things. So just keep your heads up on that. Rehydrating, that's going to be a very important thing that we're going to go over. If you want to know more about our meetings and our shenanigans, and especially for the guides that we're going to be talking about, there's a link to our Medium blog. In a day or 2, we will have some of our guides available in pure text format on our Write As blog, which then you'll also be able to access through Tor. So keep a note of that if you can't load Medium, and I especially know that for a lot of things you technically need a Medium app if you're signed in or an account to look at them, don't worry, we'll have you covered in about a day or 2 at Write As. If you want to follow the other live streams or on social media, here's a link tree to all of those there. We're going to get into that in a minute, and then we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of things. And what's going to be really important, because I'm going to be using it a lot during Hacker Summer Camp, particularly this week, Here's a link to our Discord. It's on and off participation, but I'm going to do a big focal point of it this week, and we will be doing a CTF either this month or beginning of next month in September, and definitely in October. So make sure you sign up to our Discord. Last thing about our live streams here. We are streaming on multiple platforms. Unfortunately, we can only stream up to 5, so I kicked X, formerly known as Twitter, out. 1, because it's dying, but 2, because I wanted to feature this other live stream. So if you want to watch us on our live streams, you have Twitch. So hi everyone out there on Twitch, including the follow we just had. You have YouTube, which you can also see through Invidious via Tor, and I'm going to talk about Invidious in a moment. So if you don't want to use the YouTube client, you can go through Invidious, which we have a link in our link tree there, and you can also view it through Tor, so you have extra anonymity. We are also streaming on PeerTube for all of those Libre open source free software people from Wikipedia and the Chaos Computer Congress, which we will get into at a later point on in this live stream. We're streaming on Odyssey, which is a great decentralized blockchain-based platform. And for the first time ever, we are live streaming on Kick. Yes, hi there, all you people on Kick. I know that we are buried under endless people just gambling, playing slot machines, because it's being sponsored by a website called stake.com, in which not only are they trying to get you addicted to gambling online, especially all you youngins out there and all you people who play NBA 2K series, but that they also have questionable, you've probably seen their live streams where these Eastern European women are playing card games. There's been a lot of questions about, is that like forced in labor slavery? So we know about that. And also, we're not against it. There's a ton of women in bikinis trying to make you watch their OnlyFans, which, go support them, but we're glad you're watching us instead. So hi, everyone out there on Kick.com. We won't be always streaming on Kick, but for most of our content, we are going to stream on Kick until it's not viable. Hopefully, it does not go in the way of DLive, which was our previous platform before we went to Odyssey and Kick as well. So welcome to everyone on Kick.com. And if you follow us on Twitter, YouTube, which, by the way, when you follow us, make sure to turn all the notifications on, that little bell, completely solid, because YouTube is a poorly coded piece of shit. So it won't give you all the notifications when we give you amazing hacks or content, so make sure you do that. But if you follow us on Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, or Kick, we will get notifications when you follow us. And in terms of Odyssey, if you donate the cryptocurrency that basically is the, hey, I followed you, great job, guys, we will get that notification as well. And I always cheer people who follow us live, although you're welcome to also follow us when we're not streaming, which unfortunately is going to be longer periods of time, but hopefully better content. You're probably wondering, I'm not here to teach you guys about lockpicking. I'm not here to talk about cryptocurrency and blockchain technology as technology and expose horrible scams. I'm not here to do a DCG 201 meeting, because those aren't going to happen until September. So what are we talking about today? Well, it's a little bit here of the title. Pretend I have one of those like kazoo paper roll things. Hi, Kai. Oh, wow, Kaiputer. Hi there on Kick. I know it's a big struggle out there on Kick. We talked about it before, but by the way, Kaiputer, amazing ass content. And what's interesting is that while he focuses a lot on coding and cybersecurity, especially cybersecurity news, he also does a lot of variety streaming. So he will occasionally stream video games and things about his life. We might raid you afterwards on Twitch. I don't think you can raid anyone on Kick yet. You can only host things, so we'll host you on Kick if you're still on. But if you're still on and we see you, we're probably going to raid you. It's probably not going to be a lot of people, but we will. But great content out there. When you're not watching this stream to learn about Hacker Summer Camp, spoiler alert, go look at his content, follow his likes, especially if you're into cybersecurity news and live coding and a bunch of other shenanigans. Great streamer, just to put that out there. So thank you for watching, Kaiputer. But yeah, so I'm going to make that announcement in a bit, but let's get into it. So here we go. Pretend I have one of those like stream paper things that makes a kazoo sound. We're going to be talking about Hacker Summer Camp. And the confusion here is that traditionally Hacker Summer Camp is a week. And we'll get into it a bit more about why it's a week. It still is at its core But so much hacking stuff happens in the summer now. It's insane. Again, I create guides. I personally, at DCG 201, tooth and nail, days on end, and keep on editing them as things get updated. Create guides for all the stuff that goes on Hacker Summer Camp and beyond in the summer for hacking. And it's ridiculous. And it started off as 3 guides, how to survive Vegas, and like events, meetups, and parties. Now it's like a billion, you're going to see it, guides with also how to survive Vegas and the parties and stuff. Not to mention, a lot of the cons are either not in Vegas or in other countries or have weird things about them that I have to write specific things about their location so that you don't die during it. So as much as I try to make everything and other members a group thing, this is something my group has been yelling at me about. I'm the one that writes those guides. If I make a mistake, that's my fault. And trust me, we're going to encounter some mistakes. I've tried to correct this maybe for the live stream, but we are going to encounter a bunch of mistakes. If you see any, I probably may already know them, but still DM me. And as soon as I can, I'll correct them. But I write these things. I copy pasta them. I edit them. I go to every single website, every single social media they have, all sorts of stuff in order to put all this stuff together. That's me and my time and my work. So this is kind of like the semi-victory lap because I'm not done yet with them on how to survive all of this. So this stream is going to be about Hacker Summer Camp. I'm just going to leave this open actually, just so to hydrate. It's going to be about Hacker Summer Camp. It's going to be about what Hacker Summer Camp is traditionally. We're going to look at every single con that I currently have a guide for, including a preview of the 2 or 3 remaining guides that I still need to write. We're going to talk about general survival of not just like DEFCON and stuff, but Vegas, and also hacker conventions and just conventions in general. Because I'll give you a preview right now. Even though we are going to look at some tech stuff, so many people, so much focus on, and you should have a partial focus on locking down all of your shit and like what cyber security stuff, privacy and security stuff you should do with your devices to keep yourself safe. That then by the end of Friday at DEFCON, they're passed out in the middle of the Vegas Strip because they never thought, oh, I'm going to be in the middle of a desert in fucking Vegas. And they don't have enough water. And they don't have enough food, and they misjudged how far to walk, and they just pass out. This happens all the time, unfortunately. So we're going to focus on Vegas, how to survive a HackerCon, how to survive a con in general, and then we're going to look at each individual con. We're going to talk about their particulars. We're going to talk about their events, their meetups, their parties, and we're going to do my personal highlights of what each convention is. Afterwards, we're going to do a tradition we have when we do this preview of Hacker Summer Camp. We're going to watch the amazing Jason Scott's DEFCON documentary, which previewed DEFCON 20, which is crazy because this year it's DEFCON 31. So it's been 11 years since that documentary's been made. But even though there's a bunch of outdated information in it, 1, it really gives you the sense of the type of people and community and activities that go on at DEFCON. And 2, a lot of my friends, personal friends, business acquaintances, programming acquaintances, etc., are in this video. And I'll be doing live commentary as we watch it. And then at the end, we might do 1 or 2 coding things. I do promise that next year it'll be a bit more comprehensive. I'll have like actual burner equipment and we will set up those burners on the fly. But we might do some coding things. I might load up one of the operating systems I'm talking about in virtual machine and pray the live stream doesn't crash, things like that. And then we will end the live stream. If you're on Twitch, we're going to raid someone. If Kaiputer is still on, we're going to raid him. On Kick, we're going to host someone else. And on YouTube, we're going to you're going to be jumped over to an amazing CTF that already just happened and live streamed. So you can get caught up on it and see how awesome it is. So now we got all that out of the way. With one last hydrate, and without further ado, let's take a look at everything with Hacker Summer Camp and beyond. So here we go. We're going to do the face change now. Here we go. I keep thinking that's my phone vibrating. Here we go. Hacksaw time. There we go. Not the smoothest transition, but what can you do? So this is our Medium blog. That was that link I showed you before. And in here, we have all the guides. It's a lot. You're going to eventually see the guide list, but we have all the Hacker Summer Camp guides. for 2023. We're going to go through every single one of them that's been published, as well announce one that I just published today, and I'm actually going to write virtually about. Let's get rid of this ad. And I'm going to temporarily take out the dark mode extension because I just want to shout out that we are live streaming. This time I'm streaming in the nice soundproof closet of Hack Manhattan. It's an amazing ass hacker space that's in New York City. They used to be on 14th Street. I remember when they were on 14th Street because I've been around forever. They recently moved to 37th Street, and they do a lot of cool things, even stuff more than tech. So I just posted a link to their website. They teach soldering there. They also have a really cool night where they do hardware repair, so you can bring in stuff and donate to people, and they'll fix your shit on the fly and show you how it broke and how they fixed it. They have soldering class nights. Yesterday, which was supposed to happen after my live stream, they now have like a Minecraft night where they make their own Minecraft server in person and play Minecraft. And the other big thing, as you see floating, bouncing around up there, they have a open house on Tuesdays and Thursdays, every Tuesday and Thursday at 7 p.m. my local time, which is Eastern Standard Time. On the Tuesdays, it's every second and fourth Tuesday, I bring lockpicking to that open house. Now, last time I had it on Thursday because I got sick that week before, and we moved it a week, and then there was transit problems, so we moved it Thursday. And again, in first half of August, that second Thursday is probably not going to happen. So worst comes to worst, fourth Tuesday this month, I will be there with lockpicking, and every second to fourth Tuesday after that, so second to fourth Tuesday in September, which if I look at a calendar real quick, is going to be September. Oh boy, I'm going to be teaching lockpicking on fucking September 11th. Great. And September 25th should be it. So yeah, if you want to reminisce of kicking terrorists of the worst day in American history outside of being an American, September 11th, September 25th, I'll be doing lockpicking. But on any Tuesday and Thursday every week, they have an open house. Go there, visit. You visit 3 times. And once you do, you're eligible for membership. And once you get access to facility and all of these amazing resources, which is one of the reasons why I'm able to stream here. So let's get to this. And before we go in, the first thing I want to do is I actually want to jump to Twitter. And let's turn this dark mode on, which is weird because I thought I changed it over. Let's see. Settings, display. It should be on dark, right? Okay, I'm going to do lights out. So because of that, it's actually now in reverse, so I have to actually turn off dark mode in order to look at dark. I just want to refresh and look at DEFCON's Twitter just to see if they just to see if they updated anything before I start reading the guides. And watch, they're probably going to update stuff as I'm talking, so just be warned. So I just want to see if there's any updates. Now, I already know that I don't have the vending machine hacking game that they announced 2 days ago. That's something I'm going to add in tomorrow, and there's probably a couple of other things. So, okay, so first of all, which we'll look at, the Hacker Trapper app apparently has a for kids category. Thank fucking God, because in our SIGs events and parties guide, we have an entire kids section that has all that stuff in there where we're actually going to add some CTF stuff in there tomorrow. So thank fucking God they have that. So that's a thing. I'm gonna reshare that right now. Cool. Let's see. Hardware hacking stuff. AppSec, they just announced their keynote, so that's cool. The AppSec Village. Why is Leffen trending? By the way, funny note, so originally in Twitch, I was going to stream under special events because I see Hacker Summer Camp as more as a giant event than a science and technology thing. However, if you go on to special events, this weekend, Evo's been streaming. Now, I like Evo. I've been watching it. There's been really cool announcements, really good plays, but this is a hacking stream, and I didn't want to be buried under 18,000 Evo shit in special events, which is why on Twitch we're streaming in special events. And for Kick, we're streaming in the very little stream cybersecurity section, which Twitch should have, to be honest. So they have the badge card file, so we're going to have to update that in our guides. The trainings, which we'll get into. A meme. More Red Team Village stuff. biohacking village stuff. The DEFCON group CTFs, which gets me mad because of the news I'm going to announce. See, we've been involved and trained ourselves in online CTFs for like the past 3 years now, and it sucks that we couldn't really get anything together this year, and then they announce a DEFCON group CTF. Fuck our lives, because we're New Jersey. So all I'll say is next year if they do a DEFCON group CTF, DC 201 will officially enter in that, because that will be enough time, a year, to get everything back together like we are with our meetings in September to do this. Otherwise, yeah. So just to note, I won't be probably partaking into it because of my scheduling, and of course the group's not in it because it's too little too time, even though we've been prepping for it for like 3 years. Next year for DEFCON 32, if they have a DEFCON group CTF, we will 110% enter in it. So, but good on them for doing that. Oh, cool. There's going to be HushCon stickers there. That's kind of neat. I'll retweet that. Jake Williams is going. We're going to talk a bit about all of his stuff. This is nuts because this originally was going to be, like 2 years ago, our DEFCON badge for our group. Was we were going to take a mold mask and just LED fucking crazy trick it out. So good on it, because like no one did that ever, and this is literally what it looked like in our heads. So good on you, Blink, for making that. This guy got a DEFCON tattoo. I don't know if it's permanent, but Jesus fucking Christ. A meme, which I guess I'll share. What else? What else? New updates. We're going to talk about DEFCON group stuff there. Okay, mysterious post. We'll share the mysterious post. New village. We'll talk about that in a moment. We'll also talk about this contest, which I guess now we're going to have to update the fucking image again. So thank you guys. Because we do have their logo in there, but we don't have this part of the puzzle. So now I have to update it. Let's see. Oh, cool. This was actually something we were going to make. So, announcement. I don't know if it'll be ready in 2 days, but we've been trying to make this thing but live, where we're going to take an OpenStreetMap or Google instance. I think we have both right now. And like, this overlays it, but it was supposed to be like every HackerCon and utility and like taxi pickup and everything on the strip loaded in. So this is kind of like a nice preview of what we've been building for the past 2 weeks. Really cool nail art. Awesome nail art there. Pebble is how I think I'm going to pronounce you. And in a minute, we're going to get directly into the guides. I'm just trying to update stuff. Friends of Bill W. We're going to talk about. DEFCON policy we're going to talk about. There's a lot of things we're going to be talking about. Another meme about badge life. We do this not because it's easy, but because we thought it would be easy, which is basically my entire life. That's literally how me and G.I. Jack made DCG 201, is we thought it would be easy. It's not fucking easy. Beepers? Why do we have beeper? Okay, welcome to Crazy DEFCON stuff. I'll share this because it's like a nice RT and follow. And now we're back to, this is like one of the cool badge life stuff that's going on. So I just wanted to quickly go over, and we might do this for some of the other cons, just to see, because every day they're updating. Let's put that dark mode back on. Every day they're updating new stuff and everything. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. By the way, because of the setup, I don't have audio, so I'm going to be flipping back and forth. So if I miss like a follow or something, let me know, because I can't hear the audio prompt for it. Otherwise, the audio would be completely screwed. But Hexar just said, thank you for the recommendation about Hack Manhattan. I'll try to visit this Tuesday. Yeah. Again, I'm probably not going to be there this Tuesday, not only because I'm prepping for a certain thing that I'm announcing on the stream, but also because I have an event that night at the same time that's completely different, that's nothing related to hacking, so I won't be there this week for Hack Manhattan. The week after that, if I'm not dead, I might be there, and then the rest of August for the end of time, I'll be at various Hack Manhattan things, including the lockpicking stuff that I bring every second and fourth Tuesday. Why is someone messaging me? All right, shut up. There we go. So, let's get it about Hacker Summer Camp. And I know my hat's like blocking my face, but maybe I'll lift it up a bit for more light. I used to have like a spotlight thing. I have to get a new one. So, and actually let me sit closer. There we go. All right, people, let's do this. Let's talk about Hacker Summer Camp. So, I've been writing guides for Hacker Summer Camp for like an entire month now. It's going to take a minute to load because it's a lot of or maybe, don't tell me that the dark mode screwed everything up. Hang on. Try to refresh this. Okay, it was just, there's so much information to load. Holy shit. So yeah, there's just a lot of information. Just give a minute. So I guess I'll apologize to everyone's eyeballs. I'm going to try it with dark mode. If not, we're going to unfortunately probably have to turn dark mode off in the meantime, just to get everything to work. So there's a lot of text and video in this. Let me just kind of, there we go, because I'm going to lean back. And it's funny that I'm wearing a Bishop Fox hat because we're also going to be talking about that in a moment. So, Hacker Summer Camp. This is how many guides there are. There are 16 guides in total, with 14 of them being guides for each individual event. So we're going to start off here with surviving Las Vegas and just general HackerCon stuff. Then we're going to be talking about all the crazy capture the flag stuff. Then we're going to recap SummerCon. We're going to talk about something that's going on right now. It's now day 3 for them, which is Zero Gravity by Ring Zero. Then we're going to talk about Diana Initiative, which starts off tomorrow in Las Vegas. Then B-Sides in Las Vegas after that. Black Hat USA, which technically also started at the same time as Zero Gravity, but the con really doesn't kick off until Wednesday and Thursday. We're going to be talking about the very new conference, SquadCon, that's happening at the same time as DEFCON. Then we're going to talk about the Big Kahuna himself, DEFCON 31. Then another convention that's happening in California that's also going on at the same time as DEFCON, which is the Usenex and Soups convention. Then the week after, we have the triple threat of Chaos Computer Camp all the way out in Germany. And then we have Wikimania in Singapore, although both of these cons will have a lot of, both Chaos Computer Camp 23 and Wikimania Singapore 2023 will have a lot of online content and live streaming. So if you can't make it there, like I can't, there'll be that. And then we're going to be talking about a con that's been going on for a while, but I don't hear anyone talk about, especially with how popular hackathons are, which is HackCon, I think it's HackCon 11? I think it's supposed to be HackCon 9, but whatever, HackCon 11. I was originally going to go this year, but due to finances, I can't make it. So I'll go to HackCon 12 next year. Then later on this month is Blue Team Con out in Chicago. Yes, the Blue Teamers have gotten. They used to be like Blue Team at DEF CON used to be a no-name village. Like I saw when it started out. Yeah, I know. I remember I build these guides. Most of the stuff, the tabs on the top, are me building the guides. That's like all the reference stuff that I haven't closed yet. So yeah, it's a lot of tabs, but it's a lot of tabs for that reason. But thank you, Astral, for Astra for letting me know about that. I do have too many tabs open, but it's literally for building these guides. But yeah, Blue Team Con, I remember when they just started out, and funny thing, the guides that I write apparently are so comprehensive that the year that Blue Team Village started at DEF CON, DEF CON themselves listed the wrong website and the wrong dates and times and location of their village. And when people asked online because they couldn't find it, they just linked to our guides because our guides had the actual accurate content for it. So it's like, that's how good these guides are, even with all the mistakes. But Blue Teaming has gotten so big and so comprehensive that they have their own con, a really awesome con in Chicago. And then in September, ending all of this, in Louisville, Kentucky, where I have relatives, so I'm probably going to go and attend this convention, is Hacker RedCon. And then at some point in the middle, we're going to look at all of the special interest groups, events, meetups, and parties there. So let's begin. And I also want to let you guys know, do I already have the dates for 2024? You mean for the different conventions? No. I will admit that again, a lot of my friends are on staff for DEF CON and other conventions, and I do get to hear behind the scenes stuff on a lot of them. But when it comes to the dates, they never talk about that. That is literally, thank you, by the way, Astra, following us, I believe, on Twitch because of the color. So thank you. However, the dates, they keep that close to their chest. So like the only person that knows what the next date's going to be is Dark Tangent, DT himself. and like 2 or 3 other like staff members that are directly below him. No one else knows. They don't talk about any of that stuff in any of the communication portals, not even to the goons. So like, no one knows. I don't know, but good question to ask. I'm glad you asked that because I'll put it this way. If you have any questions, and let me zoom in here. If you have any questions about stuff at the guides, stuff at the cons, how to survive the conventions, the streaming situation, things like that, I love a lively chat. Please ask me questions in chat about things, unless it's like a really bad troll. I hate bad trolling because there should be better quality trolling out there. But if you just want to lurk and learn about Hacker Summer Camp and these different conventions, then keep lurking and keep learning, my friends. I should really have 2 of these things for the stream. So, why is it called Hacker Summer Camp? Well, Hacker Summer Camp was the nickname that, after a couple of years, when DEFCON started, Black Hat came on the scene, and then B-Sides Las Vegas. And usually Black Hat kind of starts it, but it's like only the trainings and the shit no one cares about. And then it's like basically B-Sides technically starts the week, used to traditionally, and then just tilt this over here so I have a better look. Cool. I love newbies. Awesome that you're being able to learn. I'm learning a lot of things myself, for real. Hopefully soon how to be on time. But so it used to be B-Sides Las Vegas, and then Black Hat USA would kick off. So it's like B-Sides Las Vegas for 2 days, then the core part of Black Hat the next 2 days, and they overlapped. And then also overlapping was DEFCON. And so basically hackers would take off time, vacation time and shit, for that entire week. Usually it's the second week of August, and then that was Hacker Summer Camp. The problem is that not only have so many mini conventions and stuff have happened just during that week alone, but even in July and September, HackerCon shit happens. So it's greatly expanded. So Hacker Summer Camp Core, as I call it, is still that B-Sides, Las Vegas, Black Hat, and DEFCON. But it's gone a lot bigger than that. Hello, Ruska-san 1. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're just learning about Hacker Summer Camp here, and I just explained kind of the history behind it. And as you can see with these badges, this was 1 week. This was also a week, obviously, that Hope happened, Hope X. This was just Hacker Summer Camp, this one person. You can see it's a lot of badges, isn't it? It's a lot of fucking badges. I mean, some of these are like repeats, but like, there's a reason why Badge Life exists. So like every year I update a new picture of someone's badge collection just to kind of explain Hacker Summer Camp. So there you go. So now it's just goddamn huge. A note about kind of the things I've noticed about this year. So shout outs to Nikita from, I'm going to leave it on this image. Shout out to Nikita, DEFCON core staff. And shout outs to everyone who has a HackerCon during Hacker Summer Camp. I'm going to answer your question in a moment. Who does call for papers. Because I don't have the video here. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to actually load the video here. Hang on. This is going to be funny. Let me just take away the web browser for a moment. Here, I'm going to have it so you guys can look at the terminal while I do web browser stuff. Because, again, we might be doing some coding stuff because I want to create this a secret. So what happened here is that, like, there's been 2 giant topics dominating tech news all year since this year goddamn started, right? And those 2 things have been Elon Musk purchasing Twitter, where he's just been making it somehow, like Twitter already kind of sucked ass, and he somehow keeps digging himself a hole, making it worse and worse. It's like an old grandpa, right? And the other thing has been ChatGPT and all of the AI craziness going on. And like, so the joke that we all had was that this year, it was going to just be nothing but AI talks. Like, if I can get this running here, just do this. Yeah, I'm just going to wait till this video ends because it's really short. And actually, let me just ask questions. Oh, I wish I could go to Hacker Summer Camp at DEFCON, but I don't have the money to travel. That's me every year. In fact, there's a risk of something happening later this year, but I totally feel you. This is one of the reasons why we do the guides. This is why, even though something's going to happen this week that's going to compound this, we try to cover the guides as much as we can. Because we try to, with our social media, we try to cover Hacker Summer Camp as best we can, because we've had people say in the past that they couldn't afford to go, usually just like me, and by reading our timeline, it felt like they were there. And we might be able to sneak one live stream while we're there, so that's a whole thing right there. But let's see. Hack a Bank, but this is ethically. Hacker Summer Camp is, by the way, the week where things aren't necessarily done ethically. Let's say that per se. So let me try this. I'm kind of gonna spoil this by like turning it on and taking it down here. Cause hang on, properties. Hold on, how do you do this? Oh, I'm doing this wrong. Hang on. Here we go. What just happened here? Let's try this again. Sorry, I'm being an old man at this. Oh, come on, work now. Yeah, no, like I was saying, this is one person's badge collection. I always update the new guides every year with the different badges. Come on, Internet, I'm trying to do a meme here. Why won't you let me do the meme? Why do the meme? Let me do the meme. This is where I wish I had a bit more preparation time, because like I wanted to like do all this in advance, and I'm stupid. So I should have had this video like already done. There's like a lag on this. What the fuck? Because I'm also going to be using this window in order to like load some of the YouTube videos, because I'm not going to load them in browser. There we go. Finally. All right, let's try this. So like I was expecting that every call for paper at DEFCON this year, and when we saw like what the talks would be at DEFCON, Black Hat, and all these other conventions, would look something like this.
AI, generative AI, generative AI, generative AI, AI as AI, AI. It uses AI to bring AI.
So yeah, everyone thought that that's what like half of all the talks at DEFCON and stuff were just going to be AI. The shock that you're going to see is that it's surprisingly restrained. There are a couple of really good, interesting talks about AI at every single one of these Hacker Summer Camp conventions, but this is also one of the most variety I have seen, especially Black Hat has a shocking amount of variety in it. They have activities and talks at Black Hat that I would have expected at DEFCON, except DEFCON doesn't have it. Black Hat's having it exclusively. So it's like, fuck me this year. Like, holy shit. So while AI is definitely going to be a big subject, it's not going to dominate. So that's a first trend I've noticed. Quick question. I have a thought, sound mean, but are you gay? No, that's fine. It's funny because I wonder why you're asking that. Because I usually break people's gaydars because apparently I don't have a lisp. I think my Mentark Steve Urkel nerd voice covers any sort of lisp that I may have. I'm pansexual. As long as it's legal with consent, I like that I like. I also hate fucking pedos, and I hate child trafficking, and don't see that Sound of Freedom movie. None of your money actually goes to any child sex trafficking prevention. If you want to know a better direct organization to donate to instead of wasting your money on that movie, which won't achieve anything, I can share that link in chat later on. Starts it with gay. Hold on. Oh yeah, no. We're gonna talk about this. So this was the. I also post like guides to LGBT stuff going on at every single location, including Vegas. So I do have like a gay guide to like Las Vegas if you're visiting. You can also see that here with halal and stuff like that. Just so it doesn't distract you, I'm just going to kill that tab. But let's get back to this. Okay, so that answers your question there. Awesome. So first of all, AI is a topic. There are a bunch of talks, but doesn't dominate the entire con. Shocking, right? Other things that I've noticed in terms of topics and vibes of cons. First of all, it seems like everyone had hell putting conventions together this year, especially DEF CON. There is a price hike at a lot of these, especially DEF CON. And I also saw some things behind the scenes, and some of these things went public. We're going to get into those in a moment, where I think it's funny that because of something that I'm going to announce later, of course, when this thing happens with me with DEF CON, it's going to be the year that DEF CON has like the most head on fire, oh no, what the fuck do we do out of all of their conventions, which really says something. So a lot of the information, the reason why the guides came out later than they did is because I literally had to wait for DEF CON, Black Hat, and everything to upload their content, and they literally like poker held all their information until like the last moment. Like I think Black Hat started to literally, normally they start posting shit like start of June. They posted shit like as soon as July started. DEF CON was even worse. I felt like they just started only announcing stuff 2 weeks ago. So like that's why a lot of this shit came late, because of stuff like that. Yes, it used to be called Nuit du Hack, and now it's just called Le Hack, I guess because foreigners do not know how to pronounce Nuit, like the same way they can't say croissant. Instead they say like crescendant and crucifix and things like that. So, but yes, I heard of them in France. I don't know if that happens this year. If it is during the same time as Hacker Summer Camp, I'm not fucking adding it because there's just too many. When I made like a cutoff, there was 2 that snuck in at the last minute, and I just cut it off right there. If they are during Hacker Summer Camp next year, I'll add them into that, and I'll do an entire guide about France, including how to pronounce shit in France, because even though I'm really rusty, I still know how to pronounce shit in French. So, yeah. I know enough French that I know how Quebec French is weird, including that's why I say Quebec instead of Quebec as Americans do. So, let's see. It happened, I was a guy there to talk about the network of DEF CON. So you mean grifter, because we'll get into that. So that's something I noticed. Also, a thing you'll notice, man, does everyone hate GitHub Active Directory this year? Like, there's a ton of talks about GitHub, and particularly how to fuck around with GitHub Active Directory. Jesus fucking Christ. I know Microsoft is attending Black Hat, DEF CON, and a bunch of other conventions. I think they're sponsoring that initiative, but I wonder if they're sponsoring just because they saw how many different ways GitHub is being fucked, and now they own GitHub. So I think they're literally there like SpongeBob and Patrick, like, write that down, right? Like, there's usually a bunch of Windows hacks every year, but this year everyone's just dogpiling on GitHub, and particularly GitHub Active Directory, because you're going to see, it's like almost every GitHub talk is going to be about how to screw with Active Directory. It's insane. Like, I would think it would be about that sandboxing that they made, but Active Directory apparently is you put the ham sandwich next to the router and you end up in NASA on the aliens file for this year. So that was shocking. A lot of crazy IoT devices this year, and there's going to be a big thing revealed by an ancient, well-regarded hacker group this year that's going to be announcing stuff at DEF CON. That's going to probably be like one of the biggest flash talks. So that is all of Hacker Summer Camp and just things that we've noticed. Last thing also, COVID policy. This year, a lot of the conventions are relaxed with their COVID policy this year. There's only one convention that I know of so far where they're requiring masks, and I'm not here to criticize people. In fact, one of the things that made me laugh and got me angry was looking at the DEFCON 30 videos where they required people to have masks. This time it's optional. And if you feel safe enough to wear a mask, wear a fucking mask. If you don't feel and you're good, don't wear it. Just go with the flow, guys. Because last year, DEFCON required to wear a mask, which made sense. And the entire comment section was, why the fuck are they wearing a mask? Why are hackers wearing a mask? Why are DEFCON? And I was telling everyone, okay? It was just a year after the pandemic. Like, people were just getting shots, and there were still new variants, and people were getting sick. And I told those people, right? Here's the thing. If you think you don't need a mask during Okay, the main part of the pandemic. For an in-person thing at a convention where they're mandating it at DEFCON, go to DEFCON with your company's laptop and equipment with no firewall, don't update it, and no security protections on it. Yeah, you wouldn't do that, right? So why would you do that during a major biological everyone fuck is dying event? Or as we one time put it with someone, we can't take your cybersecurity seriously if you don't take your biological security seriously. Like, there's no point in having a expert done like PF-Sense firewall and everything, and then you're just like licking doorknobs and eating hamburgers out of people's butts cracks, and then wondering why you have like major con flu where you're shitting out your lungs. Like, if you can't do that, then how am I going to trust your computer security? It just makes no sense. It just doesn't. So just follow everyone's policy, and I will admit, because we have written on here, right now we only have DEFCONs. Later today to tomorrow, we're going to have all the other conferences policy on COVID. I will say right now, except for one, which I will highlight, most of them, it's if you feel comfortable wearing a mask, wear it. If you think you're fine, don't wear it. It's okay. That's most of the conventions at Hacker Summer Camp. We cool? Cool. So let's go into attending this shit. Now, what happens if, like some people said here, is expensive and you're stuck at home? So there's a bunch of different things to like avoid burnout and also just do like decent cybersecurity on our end. I don't think we're going to watch any of the videos about like how to secure your home stuff. I think it's kind of obvious. And when we get into like securing stuff at the convention, you're going to be doing the same type of shit as if you would at home. The talk here is, while a lot of these guides are explaining it like I'm 5, a couple of these guides, when it comes to the tech stuff, we're assuming you already are like a hacker to some degree, even if you're very green and very new, and you're attending for the first time. So you know how to use a computer. You know what Windows is. You know what Linux is. You've used Linux. You've used Terminal on Windows and Linux or Mac before. Maybe you entered a CTF online once. Maybe you did Hack the Box for a bit. Maybe you're a student studying. So you know. So we don't really go over that. And we're like, that's the beginner level that we're starting out with. There's some guides, like our sex worker guides, where we just assume you don't know the difference between a laptop and a grapefruit, which is fine. But I'm just saying, that's why I'm like, I don't think we're going to play the video of like how to secure a home network for like remote viewing on like Discord and Zoom and stuff. You probably know. What we will highlight is a lot of the health stuff. So there's a bunch of resources and apps you can use just to make sure your health is good. And in fact, while I focus this on the virtual being at home for health stuff, some of this stuff is also really good when you're out at the con. So in terms of like, I have mental stuff, BetterHelp is the one that puts ads everywhere, but there's been a lot of controversy about BetterHelp, which is why we're not highlighting them this year. What we are highlighting instead is a better, more open and well-reviewed app, which is called the Amwell app that you can get on both iOS and Android. Really great app. If you want something that is holistic, not homeopathy, because that is junk science, but holistic, meaning it's about your physical health and your mental health. Holistically is also a great app to use on your phone for both in-person and online. And if you need to reach out to anyone, and I don't think they have a booth or anything any year at any of the conventions, but still a good resource, there are a group of hackers that reach out for mental health, putting all these links in chat, which are called mental health hackers at mentalhealthhackers.org. In fact, just for them, I'm just going to open their website. These are a group of hackers. So a lot of times they do in-person stuff for people's mental health, but they also have good like online connected stuff. So if you're ever stuck or need help, do that. And also, even though we're not experts, we've had people in the past DM us on Twitter, on Instagram, who are not feeling very well, who are anxious, who feel alone, who feel depressed. And, when we're available, and we usually are, especially this month, because I'm not working this month, I'm not unemployed. It's just there's a month where I don't work. We will talk to you. So worst comes to worst, you feeling ill, DM us. DM us. We're on all the socials. We put in that link tree. But there is a group called Mental Health Hackers where you can go out and talk to other fellow hackers. Okay? So just be clear with that, right? Tips for managing stress. Don't be constantly on the computer, as weird as it sounds for a virtual convention. Walk out, literally touch grass, do some exercise, do some breathing exercise. We'll have examples in the guide itself. Listen to relaxing music for 10 minutes to an hour on your headphones or something. Have some me time. Go to a different social event in your local area after you do all this stuff. Call your friends or DM your friends or DM us. Have lunch breaks, things like that. There's also various other InfoSec orgs like WSC, the WISP for women, things like that you can do. This is another neat health app that is open source. Yeah, take a shower. Just pretend you're at a con and take a shower because the water with that, both the sound on your skin will help. The funny thing is as much as we're tech people, reconnecting with nature, like being in the sun outside, actually makes you feel better. Like there's a whole biological thing about that. You also get the vitamin D, I mean. Common Health is a way where you can like do health data and share your health data, and they're very privacy oriented and transparent. They don't share with third parties and other things for that. Another great app that you can use that I've used in the past, and they have a free trial of it for base stuff that you can repeat over and over again, is Headspace, which is like a meditation app. And it's like, this is not like some like bullshit Buddhist stuff. It's real, actual psychological self-meditation. Just putting that there. There's a bunch of other apps which you can see at our guide, which, by the way, I will actually share a link to that guide. But what the fuck? If I didn't copy. Don't copy that floppy. It just it gave me an A. Bayonne, it just gave me an A. Let me copy the guide so you can follow along in chat. There we go. There's a bunch of other apps in here that you can look at. Now, these are probably not going to load, but we do have workout videos and exercise videos that are very short that you can do every day. 5-minute, really basic yoga. You're not doing anything crazy, but it's a good stretch. Base Pilates, hit cardio if you want to do cardio, some stamina exercises that I've literally used. If you want a more hands-on tool, and I should have brought it with me because I have other visual examples here of some stuff to bring, I highly recommend if you have a Nintendo Switch. This is all of you on here as I'm looking at you through YouTube. Hi. If you have a Nintendo Switch, highly recommend getting Ring Fit Adventure. Comes with what's called the Ring-Con that you slide one of the controllers into, and it knows when you're pushing and pulling and like where you're pointed, and a leg strap. And basically, it's a JRPG, like a Dragon Quest level RPG, but for fitness. And I've been using it since it came out, and it's really fucking good and fun. So if you need something more tangible and like longer than these videos and something more engaging, especially physically, and you have a Nintendo Switch, and Nintendo Switches are really cheap, go get Ring Fit Adventure. You won't regret it. I actually should put that in the guide. Another thing, by the way, for physical stuff is Gadget Bridge. So if you are, see you soon. This video you'll be able to temporarily see it on Twitch. And it's permanently recorded on our YouTube, PeerTube, and Odyssey. So you can go to the last when you left and watch the rest of this. But thank you, Rua-san. Go if you want to know about what you missed. Just go watch it. It's pre-recorded. Don't worry about missing stuff. Okay. Have a great day. Stay safe and stay legal. So hang on. Another cool app is Gadget Bridge that you can use for physical workout. So the thing about the default apps for a lot, like if you have like a smartwatch or a Fitbit or whatever, is that they mine your data. Gadget Bridge is a free open source thing that works with Fitbit and like every single type of workout electronic that you would wear to monitor like your heart rate and physical activity and stuff. But it's completely open source and it doesn't share your data with third parties. It literally just directly pulls data back and forth from their servers to you, and no third parties are involved. So just sharing that. Then, of course, your mind stuff. Have some like soothing sounds, some like more meditation yoga thing. I posted also some like white static noise and like some binaural beats to listen to kind of clear out your brain. There's a bunch of stuff you're going to do for strain. I use this all the time. So I have a video here on eye relief strain, neck pain and tension, arthritis and stiffness with your hands. There's a bunch of things. It takes like a minute or 3 in order to relieve that self when you step away from the computer. And as I said before, when you're doing this stuff online, whether you're really involved with the CTF physically at the con or you're watching all this stuff and engaging it remotely, you have to go outside for a minimum of 10 minutes per day every 2 hours you're dealing with online. So if you're doing that CTF for 2 hours, or have a buddy jump on your thing, go take a break, do these exercises, videos, meditation, whatever, and physically go outside for a bit, especially since it's the summer now. You're doing this remotely online, you're in a Zoom for one of these conventions or whatever, go do that every 2 hours. And if you don't have a system to remind yourself to do that every 2 hours, this app, Stretchly, will literally interrupt your computer to tell you, fuck off, go outside for 10 minutes. Okay? So you're like me and is absent-minded and you really get into this stuff, like me writing the guides, this will force you to get off your ass and do it. And it's open source and it doesn't do anything with your data. So good. Just remember, every 2 hours at minimum, go outside for 10 minutes. Outside. This is apparently what outside looks like. This is what we've been told. Don't know if it's true, but that's what we've been told. So there we go. So what if you're physically going to DEF CON, now that we have all that out of the way? Even though a lot of that is also useful at DEF CON and B-side, Black Hat and B-Sides and Hacker Summer Camp. Let's talk about that. Packing. This is going to be a whole ordeal. Quick highlight, rundown, and then we're going to go into the nitty-gritty on this. Hygiene products. Please shower. Please brush your teeth. Shower. Boo. Please do it. I should have had the foamy video in time. I didn't. Might be able to find and play part of it at the end here. But just bring your hygiene products because you're going to shower. You're going to brush your teeth or the goons will kill you. Okay? You're going to wear some clothing that's very appropriate for the weather biome, especially if you're going to Vegas. We're going to talk about that in a bit. Hacker tools, your burner equipment, any tools that you might need, soldering iron, lock picks, microcontrollers, stickers for StickerCon, portable sewing kit, which is really useful because your backpack and things and clothes are going to break, things like that. If you're going to be networking, even if you work yourself or you're doing this as a hobby, get business cards for people to know, or even get like a virtual business card for your phone where they can scan a QR code, although warning about that, you're at a HackerCon, so people are going to be nervous about scanning QR codes unless you're Black Hat, judging you. But still, worst comes to worst, get a digital one, but go to Staples or Lowe's, get some physical printout ones, spend like 10 to 30 bucks, do it, you'll get like 1 million of them. Great thing, just for people to remember you by, just to have like your GitHub page, your Twitter, Threads, or Mastodon handle, your IRC, things like that, just so people know who the fuck you are, unless you want to be super incognito. Water bottles, we're going to get into that. Cash, we're going to get into that, what your money's going to be. If you, a certain medication, ideally you'd want a miniature first aid kit to bring with you, or get one, overcharged that it is when you're at the con at your local Walgreens or CVS on the strip. But if you need certain medication like me, or like allergies, or like breathing, like for bronchitis, or blood pressure, any mental stuff like your Xanax and codeine and shit, anything like that, weed, get at Vegas, by the way. The other drugs, leave them there. You're going to be fucking fine. Don't even try it. But like medications that you need prescriptions for in order to fucking live and behave, bring those with you. Also, just in case, bring condoms. Because it's Vegas. Even if you don't think you're going to get laid, as my mom always said, and this is kind of the rules for these guides, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Okay? So just bring condoms. They actually have a bunch of good physical uses outside of sex too, like protecting equipment and making fun, weird tube-shaped objects to make like clothing at parties. You know. Entertainment. You're going to be flying. There's going to be downtime. Bring a book. Bring your Nintendo Switch. Bring your Steam Deck. Bring smartphone games, downloadable movies, just something to distract your ass, even during LineCon, okay? Con guide. Go to the schedule. Copy pasta that schedule, okay? Especially if it's not on the Hacker Tracker app. If you're at DEF CON or some of these other cons, Hacker Tracker app, just download that. But even then, Go in, look at their thing. Go to the whole description, copy pasta, put timestamps on everything, your events, all that in a Word document or a Libre document, print that out, staple it, bring that with you. Because even if they have guides at the con might run out, and trust me, every hope, I go through 3 guides. The guide that I go home with at the end of the day is the 3rd or 4th guide because I've lost the other 2 or 3. This will happen. Bring your own schedule copy and bookmark websites that you may want to access, like these guides. You're going to need them, okay? Also another idea, a notepad or a notebook with a physical pen, because your device might die, it's more handy, you can draw shit, you're going to fucking need it to remember numbers, people's names, little notes for yourself, etc. And mostly, even though things happen before and during the con, especially in my life, relax. Don't go with a bad state of mind because it's just going to get worse. You're going to bring everyone else down. I know it's easier to say, again, if you're in a bad state of mind, DM us. Talk about your day. Reach out to mental health hackers. Talk to them. Do your meditation apps. Do your where is it? Amwell app. Do all of that, okay? Now, again, if anyone has any questions about this, and I just noticed this is not Crypto Barons. Go away. There we go. Now it's sanitized. Anyone has any questions about the stuff I'm talking about? Anyone want to add anything? Let me know. Otherwise, as I say, keep lurking, keep lurking. And again, thanks to you, and hopefully you'll follow us on Twitch, I'm so used to saying DLive. Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, PeerTube, and recently Kick. And if you follow us on Twitch, YouTube, Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, and Kick, get out of there, DLive. We do get notifications, and I will be answering them. Hope I didn't miss any because we don't have any audio on my end. I'm going to load this video up. This is a really cool video on how to pack lightly for a long trip. So this is some really good packing guide stuff. So let me load that. We're going to watch that right now. Where is this fucking thing? Properties. Yes?
The cable with Fios Home Internet.
First of all,
Cut your
we have an
internet bill
annoying
to just
ad.
$25 a month.
I finally cut the cable, switched to Fios Home Internet.
Cable internet wasn't cutting the mustard.
So I've been
Lower
watching
upload
this
speeds,
video.
just
Someone
one
wants to
cut.
check
Cut
in
your bill
here,
down
so
to
just
just
give me a moment.
$25 a month.
Okay, we can now skip this fucking thing. Trying to make this.
Hi, my name is
know
Tiffany and
why
I travel for work
it's not
and for
doing
fun.
that.
Here are some of my packing
Some
tips
reason
to
it
pack a
does
little
not
bit
want
lighter.
me to do
We're going to pack 3 weeks
Why
into
is
this backpack.
I don't know why. It says scroll for details, but I don't want details. I want widescreen here. Come on, motherfuckers. I'm going to load this again. Hang on. Let's try this again. Why is it like this? Alright, I'm going to attempt to do this in browser as much as I don't want to. And hopefully the stream won't die, and then I'm going to check what's going on.
Hi, my name is
I'll
Tiffany
be
and
right
I travel
back.
for work and for fun. Here are some of my packing tips to pack a little bit lighter. We're going to pack 3 weeks into this backpack. I usually bring about 3 shoe options because most of my vacations
Alright, that's all that was,
consist
but
of
we're still gonna
nature.
watch this.
And being in a city, I will mostly wear comfortable walking shoes, and then I'll also bring some flats for dressier occasions, and then also hiking boots for outdoor activities. Try to use every inch of space. Use the inside of your shoes for things like extra socks, underwear, swimsuits, belts, anything that is soft and can fit, put it in there. I like to put the hiking shoes and shoes in bags just in case they get dirty. and I keep it at the bottom so the bag's not top heavy. With clothes, fold over
So
your
this is
pants
some like
and then
genius
fold
like
over the
hacker
shirt
level
in the
packing
middle,
shit.
so it's basically in a perfect line. You can put your socks and underwear here so you have your whole outfit picked out for the day. I like to roll everything. I find that this saves space and can also help with some wrinkles. I will usually wear something 2 to 3 times in a trip unless they're dirty, or also unless I have access to laundry. Also bring a dress just for nicer occasions for whenever we go out. So this folding method is something that I've learned, and I use it for single items more so. And then you bring the arms into the middle and
This is the
make
link
it
to the
into a
video, by the
straight
way.
rectangle. You turn it over and you roll it, and the bottom part that you rolled, you tuck everything else in it, and you just have a little burrito baby. You can do it with pretty much anything. This rolling method is great for pajamas or anything lightweight, and then just tightly roll it up. Voila. So we're gonna have 4 outfits, a dress and a jacket, some pajamas, and then an outfit to wear, because you're always gonna be wearing something, hopefully. I always bring a lightweight reusable water bottle. It helps save me money and also reduces some plastic use. And I bring a small going out bag. I'm not gonna bring this big old backpack with me every time I go out. When I'm on a trip, I leave this at home and I bring this small bag. It holds everything that I need, my passport, money. I also saw a hack online where you can put credit cards and money in a mint tin, and that's kind
These
of
mini
also a
tins
good
are
way
also
to
perfect
hide
for
some of your money.
electronics.
If I know that rain is in the forecast, I will bring a small umbrella. If you're out in nature, you can also bring a poncho.
Definitely bring
to
it
save
for
some
Vegas.
space.
We'll get into
I
that in a
only try to
moment.
bring what I'm going to need. Leave big bottles at home. So putting it in a contact case is a great solution. It's compact, and if I'm on a flight or in high altitude, it's not gonna burst out of the bottle. If you know you might need to do laundry, you can pack a little bit into a small container. If you're worried about toiletry
And if
spilling,
you can't
putting some
use
plastic
reuse
wrap
small
over
bottles,
the
they
top
sell
and then
dedicated
putting
small
the cap on
bottles
it
at
can help
most
prevent leaks.
like supermarkets
All right,
like
we're gonna get to
Acme
the
in New
fun stuff,
Jersey,
and we're gonna try to
ShopRite,
fit all of this
sometimes
into
they have
here.
them at convenience stores
I
like
used to be a
Walgreens.
serious overpacker. I remember going up these cobblestone staircases in Italy, lugging up my big bag, and my sister just looking at me like she was embarrassed to be with me. From then, I progressively learned how to pack a little bit lighter. I'm not gonna say that I'm the best packer in the world, but these are some tricks that I've learned over the years, traveling a lot. Bring snacks. Very important. You don't want to be hangry.
We're gonna get into
Every
food
trip
in
is
a little
different,
bit.
so just plan accordingly. You might need to pack more than this. You might need to pack less. But I hope you found some of these tips useful, especially if you are an overpacker.
Okay, so that was a really great quick guide of like how to pack things like very desktop audio still on. How to pack things very concisely, so you're just using the maximum amount of space in your bag. So I just thought I would show that. There's some. I posted a bunch of guides of like DEFCON itself, like tips and tricks for DEFCON veterans. Deviant Ollam recently had a good thing about DEFCON advice. Some things we still have to put in our. Actually, there's one big thing that we're going to bring up here that I have to put in the guides. I thought was really great that I didn't think about. Another great packing guide for DEFCON. One of my favorite packing guides for DEFCON Hacker Summer Camp from Snubs, who's one of the most amazing hackers at Hack 5 who happens to be a lady. Gator Bites just recently came up with a guide, although his audio is kind of really low on what to pack for Hacker Summer Camp. This podcast, We Hack Health, talks about DEFCON and the con experience itself. So you kind of get an idea of what you're going to be encountering and things like that. And what the fuck? My Switch just died. When we do a video thing, I'll switch that out. I'll charge the Switch again. Black Girls Hack did a great thing about Hacker Summer Camp, especially with their focus on SquadCon. And then the Diana Initiative did a great thing about what to pack for Hacker Summer Camp as live QA about what to do and what to bring there. So most of the guide's going to cover a lot of this stuff. So I'm not going to like go over it. I'm thinking about playing either the Snubs guide or Alex's guide here. You know what? We'll watch Alex's guide really quick, and then we're going to get into more about all of this. So let's quickly just watch one of these just so you can get kind of an idea of like what to pack, what not to pack. I think I have one of his things in here too, so here we go.
I hope your DEFCON packing is going so much better than mine right now, because I know I'm going to forget things, because I forget things every year. So this is like 10 things I'm not going to forget this year, and nor are you. And if you'd see my office, I'm packing for the Hacker Hangouts booth, live streaming things.
I'm going to use this time to recharge my Switch.
The reason why this video is waist up, because I also am washing my pants. So I have that going for me. Most of these things are not going to appear on any other lists you see online, which focus on technology and wiping phones and burner phones and weird things like that. This is focusing on like actual practical things I need every single year. Starting with number 1, chapstick or lip balm. My lips usually never get chapped during the year, but because it's a desert and it's hard to drink enough water, this is when I frequently forget, and it's frustrating because you go down to like the hotel gift shop to buy like a little half a stick, and it's like $15. And this goes with a couple other toiletries which you're not going to buy, or little medical things which the hotel likes to crank up. Especially you're walking so much at DEFCON, you might be getting blisters in places that you're not normally getting them on your feet because you might have bought a new pair of shoes. So one, lip balm or chapstick. And then the little blister packs or little blister band-aids are ones that normally you wouldn't bring with you when you're traveling, but it's a good thing to bring to DEFCON. Number 2, as we're going on our journey here, I talked about drinking water. Now, here's there's a lot of water at DEFCON that you don't have to buy, especially at Caesars Forum. There's already been talks of doing more and more water stations. So you're not going to necessarily have space for a water bottle, but they do have like paper cups and whatnot you can use, but that's really hard to drink enough water. So bringing something like a water bottle will help you drink a lot more water. Plus, when you leave the conference, you don't have to pay like $12 for a bottle of water. For me though, I don't bring a water bottle, which seems weird because I'm telling you to bring one. What I bring is my little secret thing. Now, yeah, they're both yellow, but this thing is made by Espro. There's other ones I know. I've just used this one for years as I've been traveling for work, and I use it for 2 things. In the morning, I use it for coffee because it has a French press built in. And then in the morning, after I dump and rinse this out, I can use this as a nice little water bottle throughout the day. Number 3, and in no particular order, is earplugs. DJ Jackalope at DEFCON 29 dropped the bass so hard, the ceiling tiles fell, which was incredible. Second one is Fuzzy Nop at the pool party was dropping the bass hard as well, and we were dancing. I was kind of dancing. I'm not sure if you would call what I do dancing, but it was a ton of fun, and it was very loud. So having a set of earplugs is a good idea. And the other one, we're talking about parties, which is your vaccination card. You've been vaccinated, you're going to be using a mask at DEFCON 30. It's a requirement, and some of the parties are going to allow you to not wear a mask, but you have to be vaccinated. So make sure you have your card with you. It's going to be an easy one to forget this year because it's not required for DEFCON 30 where it was at DEFCON 29. Number 5, after you've gotten a headache because you forgot your earbuds.
Just want to note again, this was for DEFCON 30. Masks are optional at DEFCON 30, but this is still good advice if you're going to wear a mask at the con.
Don't buy them at the casino. Bring them with you because you're paying like $15 to $30 for like 2 tablets. So make sure you bring that stuff from home, and it's a really awkward one to ask other people to give you. Obviously, if you know someone and you trust them, otherwise don't go like around Las Vegas asking for white pills that you're going to put in your mouth. Coming in at number 6, since we're talking about waking up with a headache, is water or instant coffee. Well, anyone who has watched the channel knows I am a coffee snob. It is just nice to have a cup of coffee in the morning without having to make it. So like Starbucks makes instant coffee that you can make cold brew with, or even like Crystal Light is so nice to put in the water. So these kind of like those instant drinks you pour in, coffee or instant coffee, it's DEFCON, it's survival mode. It might not taste the best, but it is It's a little bit of caffeine. I may have lost count. I think we're on number 6 because you've had your coffee, you've woken up with a headache, but now you're going down to Caesar's Forum. Now, Caesar's Forum is the first time we've actually ever been there, but I'm assuming it's like most casinos. It's made to like hold 30, 40,000 people, so they're blasting the AC. I know, you're going to Vegas, you're in the middle of the desert, it is stupidly hot outside, and I'm telling you, bring a sweatshirt. Yes, bring a sweatshirt to DEFCON, to Las Vegas, because in the casino, which is made to host, 40,000 people, it's cold. Especially in the morning when everyone's not there and people are still waking up, it's really cold. During the day, it will warm up. And then in the evening, like 5 or 6 o'clock, when people are starting to head out of the conference, if you're sitting there working on a capture the flag in one of the villages, it can get remarkably cold. So whether it's a flannel or a sweatshirt, know it's an odd one to bring, or leave it at home and buy one at like the DEFCON store, because that's what I've done, and they're really, really nice sweatshirts. Number 8, which I know is already on other people's lists, but I think it's important because you can make friends at DEFCON if you bring a power strip. Not like a huge one, just like a travel one, which is like 3 to 4 outlets. Outlets are scarce at DEFCON, so if you're that guy who's like, hey, I have this random thing you can plug into and you can trust me with your power. I don't know how you introduce to people, but find an outlet, plug on in. Not only has it saved me in the past of being able to plug in my phone and my computer and other things like batteries for my camera, but also I met people who were around the outlet while I was charging. I was able to hang out with them. So it's a great way just to meet people. Just don't bring it to number 9. 9 is your swimsuit. I stayed at DEFCON so many years and never went to a pool party. The first time I went to a pool party was DEFCON 29 last year, and it was a blast. Fuzzy Knop was banging the bass. We were in the pool, we were hanging out. I got a great picture of Gowrie, which made me, loosen up with my camera skills a little bit, and it just set off DEFCON right. So while it's a weird one, if you've never done it before, grab a swimsuit. Trust me, it's one of those things that feels weird to do, but my gosh, was that just a ton of fun. Just jumping in, hanging out with other hackers, and getting away from technology a little bit because you're in the water.
Thank you, Aslam,
number 10, easily the most
I believe, on
important
Twitch for following us.
because you're going to be chatting with tons of different hackers. You're going to be struggling to drink enough water, and you are going to be jamming out to all the different DJs, but your ears not going to be hurting because you remember to bring earplugs, but your voice this entire time is going to be crazy.
It's not on Twitch and it's actually kicked, let me know.
Recording videos and shouting through a mask and over other people in the villages, and the sheer excitement of DEFCON, your voice is going to be just hoarse. So bringing cough drops with you, these are another thing which is just really expensive in Vegas. Be a friend to someone. I know that was for me the saving grace of a couple people bringing cough drops up to me. Such a good thing. I am so excited to see you. Check out the Hacker Hangouts booth in the vendor area. I'm pumped. It's coming now. The most important thing though, come to DEFCON and hack on.
Okay, so that was one of the guides, and yes, neon resin. We did mention, and we actually have it in our guide here for Vegas, that Deviant did do an excellent overall thing guide. A lot of the stuff that he mentioned is in our guide, except for one thing that I will bring up in a bit after we cut through all this other stuff, because we still have a ton to go through of just Vegas, never mind the different conventions. And but yeah, I have his video in there. It's really great. I have a bunch of different videos about general how to pack and how to prepare for the con. So check all of those out when you have the time. Recommended websites for hacker for stuff you should bring. So for hacker gear, we have Red Team Tools, who's also going to have a big presence at Black Hat in particular. So that's a great place to get hacking mini electronics like RFID hackers, hacking equipment, things like that, some certain lockpicks, stuff like that. Hack5 is the traditional, they have a ton of devices, and usually before Hacker Summer Camp, they usually either update one of their current hacker microcontrollers or devices or tools, or they introduce a completely new one, so definitely check them out. You don't have to get it from here, although I recommend it. EFF sells really good RFID blocking wallets. I'm going to be getting one myself just because even though I'm going to go through threat modeling, there are people in Vegas, whether they're hackers or local thieves at DEFCON, that will be scanning for RFID stuff. You'd want to keep those in there, just keep them safe, not RFTM. Exactly. There's also another company if you want to buy from them. Here's the Amazon link to Buff wallets, which are similar type of wallet that are really well constructed for against physical attacks, as well as they are RFID compatible. Another cool thing from Amazon that didn't load with a visual link, but I think is really cool, is AIGE, and actually I'll open their tab here. They are a company that makes screen protectors and covers for, well, these are credit card holders, but they also like little sleeves so you can put individual cards in if you don't want to do a full wallet. But they also down here, Pookie is a company. I've only been able to find their stuff on Amazon, but they make really good screens for all sorts of phones, tablets, and laptops. So pretty much you can type in PUCCY and like a model, especially if it's a really common one like a Samsung or an iPhone or a Pixel or whatever. I'm going to put the link right in here. If you want both a screen protector and a screen that when you don't look directly at it, it blurs and darkens the screen so people can't solo surf, and that's your threat model. Pookie, Puccy, great company in order to find that. If you want overall wallet that's not RFID but has some good survival stuff, especially if you're going for CCCamp, Sparrows is not only great for lockpicks, and I'm actually going to update this guide in order to add some base lockpicking stuff to bring with you, because all these cons are going to have lockpicking there, and it's going to be a big thing. But Sparrows themselves sells a device that's called the SRE wallet, and I'll read it here. It is an everyday carry wallet tool. It stores cards, but in addition, it has a door bypass tool in it. It also has, let me get out of here. So it has that bypass shim tool. It the door gym sort of thing. You can go front and over the pin. If you want to know more about this sort of physical security attack and you're at DEFCON, go to the Physical Security Village. We'll bring them up later on in this video. It has a mirror finish, so you can reflect and do like Morse code stuff in the sun at Vegas, or if you're at Chaos Computer Camp at nighttime, it has a glow-in-the-dark dot, so you can do the same sort of signal flashing. And it also has overall stainless steel, and it's really solid sort of wallet, and it's kind of like all the pieces out of it, and you take it away from the wallet band, it looks like. So if you're not really too concerned for some reason about RFID, but you want like a solid wallet, especially if you're going to be at one of the hacker camps, this wallet by Sparrows is good. And even though I don't have it in the guide right now, go check out Sparrows if you want lockpicking stuff. Another good idea, charging stuff. Now, ideally, you would want to have it in the other room charging the Switch. A power plug head, and it goes into a power plug. So even if you're using a USB or Lightning charger, that's not going directly into another USB or Lightning compatible dock. It's going into something that's a plug in the wall, so for electricity. However, you might be in situations where that might be viable, or when you're not looking, they'll unplug the USB part and then stick something in to hack. If that's your threat model of you being scared of people plugging things, including yourself, USB into a device that might be mining your data, a really good idea is one of these PortaPow US data blockers. They are very cheap, and yes, at night we're going to get into the parties and stuff at DEFCON and Hacker Summer Camp, don't worry, but these are third generation USB data blockers, so you can slip these. I'm trying to enlarge it. This is the zoom in. Yeah, they look like this, so these little red Lego-like things, and you can plug your USB in, and then you can plug that in even into an adversary's computer, and it's only designed to pump in electricity. It's not sending any data. It's basically like a condom for USB devices. If you are super paranoid, and normally, which I'm going to say later, default, whether you have a burner equipment or you're bringing a laptop that's not your work laptop and running it through VMs or whatever, if you are either A, stupid like me, and you can't remember to put your phone into airplane mode and your devices in the airplane mode, or turn them off completely when you're not using them, or your threat model is so bad that you think people are going to scan your thing, this is not required or needed. We're going to get into that in a moment because we're going to be talking about threat models. But SNN Alpala does sell a decent size, bigger than a laptop bag. They also have a mini bag for stuff like your phone and key fobs that is an entire Faraday cage. So you put anything in the mini bag or the big bag, no signals coming in and out. It is a competent Faraday cage. And you can get that in our guide. Also, if you have a webcam and you don't have the physical access to disable it on your laptop, the EFF, for very cheap, sells these little sliders that you can put on the camera on your phone or your laptop, or what the hell's going on? I went to like a week. I think it's bouncing in a weird way, and that's why it's not coming up. Hang on. I can fix this. Let's get to their shop, and I will bring it up through their store. That's weird. I have no idea why that loaded incorrectly. I might have to fix that later. Let's see. Digital freedom. Shit, I hope they didn't get rid of it. That'll get me mad if they get rid of it. So I might have to... Shit, now I might actually have to go to Amazon and look up those like little laptop cover sliders. Because if they got rid of it, I'm going to be so mad. They may have like sold out of them. So yeah, EFF apparently used to have them and they don't anymore. But if you look on Amazon for a sliding laptop camera cover, you can find them for really cheap. All right. Big important section for Vegas. And even if you're not at Vegas, this is a good idea for hacker cons and conventions in general, even if it's an anime convention, whatever. Hydration. You're going to want a reusable water bottle. And ideally, you're going to want a water bottle that can hold things hot and or cold for multiple hours. I'm actually going to go to face mode in order to show you this one. 3, 2, 1 rule we're going to get at the end. So this one is the one I'm going to be running the DEFCON. I've been using this for about a month or two because my old one of this, different design but same company, was too old and I needed to upgrade. So I got this. Never mind that I work outside in the heat, so I know my shit. This is from Cognito. This is called the Jackson Chill, which sounds like an unreleased Jackson 5 album. And it can hold stuff cool for 24 hours. I'd say it's more about 20 hours, but it's still really solid. So ideally, you would want something that can hold something cold and optionally hot if you're going to store things like also coffee and or oatmeal and stuff like that for a certain amount of time, ideally. And you're going to want something in your size range. I'm comfortable with a full size 32 ounces, but you might want something smaller, both for physical convenience as well as for weight. And you don't have to get this exact model. Yes, in the desert, because even though you're in a city, it's still fucking hot outside. I actually had someone who recently said, but I'm staying at a hotel where it literally tunnels right underneath into Caesars. But then what happens when someone's like, hey, there's going to be a cool hangout with blackjack and hookers, come with us, and it's on the other side of the strip. You're going to die walking outside. Also, never mind walking around the con. You're going to be fucking thirsty. Line con, running from one end to the other. Remember, DEFCON itself is a mega convention. It's 4 casinos in the strip. It's basically 2 or 3 New York City blocks big, the entire convention. You're going to get thirsty. And it's in Vegas, which is the desert. So definitely bring a water bottle. You don't have to bring this exact type. I'm only going to share the one link here, but we're going to look at all of them real quick. I have guides for every single type of water bottle you could ever need. Every year, Clever Hiker has the 10 top water bottles, and they refresh this every year, and they have water bottles of different types to tell you what to look out for. They have water bottle recommendations for, let's scroll down to their actual recommendations. Overall stuff, best for style and accessories, durable insulated bottle, non-insulated budget water bottle for everyday use, glass water bottle at an affordable price, backpacking and travel. So they have a bunch of different threat models for the different types of water bottles. Other options, just if you want something more specific to your needs, there are also filtered water bottles. I have a link to, like, if you're nervous about the water there because it's the West Coast, it's not New York water. It is. I'm from New Jersey. I have a filter on all my tap stuff, and so I get it. And I'm only one state away from like the good water. Now you're on the other side of the continent. I'll put it this way. When I visited California for the first time, Arnold Schwarzenegger was in charge, and it was when I turned on the local TV there, it was a special with him and 2 other major politicians, and they were having a 5-hour discussion on how to fix the water there. It is like you can, like, literally, I don't know about Nevada, but in California, you can literally taste the chemicals in the water, so it might be a good idea to get a filtered one if you're that nervous about it. I have a link to the best ones of different threat models for there. If you're too lazy and you can't remember to clean your water bottle, which you should once in a while, tip on cleaning your water bottle, by the way. Ideally, if it's machine washable, you put it in the washing machine. You can also just take power wash, spray it in there, or use your dip soap, put some water, shake it around, and then rinse it out until there's no more bubbles. But one of my favorite ways of rinsing it, especially if you want to rinse specifically the drinking apparatus, if it's especially more complicated than just a hole, even after you do the soap, get a cheap box generic of those tablets that old people and other people use to wash their dentures. Put that in there, fill up with water, shake it up, or fill all the way, let it rest, then empty it out and rinse it, because that is the same type of cleaning you would do with your mouth. Because you're drinking in your mouth, you're putting the same mouth germs in here. If you want something more portable, I also have a link to the 10 best collapsible water bottles to save you some space. And no matter what type of water bottle you get, remember 2 things. 1, drink as much water as you feel you need to drink. Do not try to ration the water. You will unintentionally dehydrate yourself doing that. Keep drinking until your body's like, we're good, naturally. Like you're just like right now, like I'm thirsty right now, I'm going to drink until how much I feel good watching. See, I'm a mostly temperate environment, so that's all I needed. And that's going to last me for the next couple of minutes. Do that. Do not try to regulate. Even if you're near the end, you can always refill it. You will dehydrate yourself if you attempt to ration. And second of all, in addition to water, especially since you're in Vegas, when you sweat, which is how you get dehydrated, you're not just sweating out water, you're sweating out a ton of nutrition, okay? Our bodies are very inefficient. Get those powder electrolyte things. You can get them for very cheap at your local supermarket or convenience store. Get a box of them or a bag of them. Pack at least 8 of them. Bring them with you. When you fill your water bottle up at Vegas, drop that in there, shake it up. Close it, shake it up. That will replenish your salts, add zinc, and a bunch of other vitamins, minerals, and amino acids. Everything the body needs, as they say in the Matrix, in order for you to live. Because if you just do water, you're still not going to be healthy enough. I'm posting it here. We have a link into our guide, which is also here, on the best type of electrolytes you can get. But to be honest, any electrolytes, if you can't afford any of these, just get any cheap box local at your store, okay? Also to note, because we have it in our party section, but I'll bring it up. If you like to drink, this is going to be the best worst time you have, because 1, you're at a fucking hacker convention, 2, you're at one of the biggest hacker conventions on the planet, and 3, you're going to be at Vegas. You're going to be with a ton of people who are alcoholics with a hacking problem. So you're probably like me, going to be drinking a lot. The more you drink alcohol, the more dehydrated you get. So my advice, for as much alcohol that you drink, drink as much water. You have 2 sips of a beer, take 2 sips of water. That's going to replenish it, especially with electrolytes. So thank you for bringing that up, Neon Resident. And again, if anyone has any comments or questions about anything, let me know in chat. Otherwise, keep learning. Remember that video I played where he talked about that coffee maker that's also a water bottle? This is the link to it. This is what he was talking about. There's also another coffee thing that we're going to bring up in when we get to CCC that you can also use for this. But yeah, this is the one he's talking about. So just put the link in the chat. And another thing, in addition to water, meal prep. I have videos. We're not going to watch them, but I have videos on how to practice. I also have a link to Soylent. I'm going to update this with some other stuff. I'm going to tell you my strategy that I've used at hacker conventions and conventions in general that I'm going to do for this meal prep. I'm also excluding that I'm going to assume that fast food places are expensive in Vegas. And definitely diners are expensive, by the way. On strip. Off strip might be a different thing, but we'll see. And that usually, and I might still do this, I usually pre-make sandwiches for lunch and dinner and stuff. Let's say I can't do that. I'm still probably going to do that for like dinner, just in case I don't get actual dinner at like a restaurant or something there. But, and I have guides, by the way, for where you can eat and stuff. That's going to be later on. This is a thing. So my strategy is going to be this for me. Now, also note about this wrinkle, I am lactose intolerant. One of the medications I'm going to bring with me just in case is Lactaid, which means if I end up with pizza or pasta where I can't remove the cheese from, at least I won't be shitting my insides out and getting more dehydrated, okay? And yes, I'm going to comment and chat, but I just want to get through this. For breakfast, I'm going to bring with me those little pre-made cereal bowls, you know, the things where they have like Honey Nut Cheerios, Frosted Flakes. And I'm bringing with me an entire 4-pack. I don't know if it's going to be on the flight. I might have to get it locally, of muscle milk. And I'm particularly getting muscle milk. You can also use their rival, which is called Dairy Farm or something. But I'm using muscle milk just because they have no lactate in them. They're dairy-free. I can drink it. So not only am I eating yum yum breakfast cereal of something that feels and tastes closest to milk without it being milk, but that muscle milk is going to be all the protein and a ton of other good stuff that I won't be getting in the morning and definitely not going to be getting at Vegas or a hacker convention. That's my strategy at breakfast at the con. You can also have instant oatmeal because you're probably going to get hot water at your hotel. You can do yogurt, which I can't eat because, again, I'm lactose intolerant. That will also give you probiotics, which I'm going to be taking separately, or for good gut health. Again, you don't want to be shitting out and being more dehydrated, things like that. My lunchtime, I am getting protein bars. Particularly, I'm getting the meal replacement mixed protein bars of different flavors. I'm getting at least 4 of them. I'm probably going to bring 6 of them just so when I get hungry in the middle of the day or maybe even twice during the day, I have a big-ass protein to eat that I won't care about. And if I want to get better fiber in my diet, as well as stave off hunger until I can get proper dinner or food, Metamucil sells actual like cookies, and the cheapest I can actually find these, ironically enough, is Target for $9. Most places charge like $12 or more for these, but I've been able to find them $9 at Target in New Jersey. And you eat these with 6 ounces of water, and each one will stave off your hunger for 2 to 4 hours. And it's a good source of fiber and other nutrition. That's going to be my strategy at that afternoon. If I could pre-pack sandwiches, make them here before I fly, great. If not, might have to eat there locally and figure things out. That's it. Neon Resin said, I use liquid IV once a day to help with electrolytes and hydration. Works really well. I think that's on that list, but great recommendation. Again, this meal-specific stuff outside of Soylent, which is also a great meal replacement, I'm putting in my guides. I already have electrolytes and water bottles in there. Second thing, which I've greatly expanded this year, medical gear and apps. Base thing, you'd want a portable medical kit. Now, my strategy, and honestly, because it's all I can afford and be available to me, I'm going down to Walgreens. I'm getting their mini first aid kit. It's a really good comprehensive base first aid kit. It's pretty much going to have everything that I need, including an ice pack, bandages, gauze, all of that right in there. And it's this big, size of a sandwich. Fit it right in my bag. If you want to be more advanced, I have a link to, like, every year, this is for 2003, they have top good first aid kits for every type of thing, budget, portability, preparedness, everything. Now, let's say you're worried you're going to end up like the Segway guy at Circle of Hope, which is a whole other story. Or let's say you're a goon that has CPR in their background, has medical stuff, you're volunteering for a con, you're a goon at DEFCON or a volunteer, and you're worried about lacerations and active shooting. If your threat model includes more severe stuff, oh, by the way, here's a link to that first aid kit guide. And I'm going to do a link to the thing I'm going to bring up. So base thing, get yourself a miniature first aid kit if you need some guidance. That's a very good link that updates it. But if your threat model includes way more severe stuff, there's a really good company called High Threat Innovations. We're going to bring them up later on for the camp stuff. And I know you can't see it now because we have the dark mode enabled. I'm going to unmove the dark mode in a moment. They sell a really good thing called trauma packs. And these are ex-EMTs, ex-firefighters. They frequently consult police, EMTs, hospitals, firefighters, and they design these medical packs that are way more advanced than your simple first aid kit. And a lot of them have tourniquets and stuff for if you get pierced by rebarb or someone stabs you or someone shoots you. Now, they're quality. They're cheaper than a lot of packs that I've seen out there, and you get what you pay for. So yeah, like the Sing Pack Trauma Pack, that's literally, if you're going to go for a war zone, a lot of money, but all this stuff here's quality. They also have great YouTube videos talking about what's in their packs and how to properly use their stuff. So for some reason in Vegas, if your threat model is that you're going to get more than a minor cut or a rash or allergy, and you're thinking you're going to get shot or stabbed, especially if you're going camping, and especially if you're like a volunteer or a goon and you're part of the medical team about this, and you have the money, you might want to go out and invest in this. It's a really good company. Highly recommended it. Okay? Let's turn on back in this dark mode so I don't bleed my eyes out. Mobile apps. I used to work in medical. I used to work in pharmacy. I know that's not an advanced medical thing, but I actually did a lot of stuff including medical compounding. And I used to have a CPR license back then. I have to renew mine recently. I won't be able to reuse mine in DEFCON, but I can point to people who do have licenses at the con. I do know my stuff. I've patched up many people. I'm looking at you, GI Jack, co-founder of DCG 201. And there's literally a section of my phone that looks exactly like this. It's just all medical stuff. But that's just because I'm a medical freak. Get at least one of these apps, okay? And I have different ones for different countries and different use cases. If you're from America, just go to Red Cross, download the base Red Cross app. It's everything that you'll need. Preparedcenter.org. I'm going to share the Red Cross one, but I also have ones for if you're from the UK, you're going to the UK, even though there's no Hacker Summer Camp thing right now for the UK. There's one for the UK for Prepared Center. They also have St. John's Ambulances in the UK also has a really good comprehensive one. If you're from Australia, your first aid's going to be from firstaidapps.com.au. SAMAS USA is really good for disaster prevention. So if Vegas floods again, or you're going to be in a con where you think you're going to get hit by a hurricane, or when we're going to bring up a certain con later on, a monsoon or something, this will alert you to if it's going to happen and will teach you how to survive it. And another cool app, which I'll show by putting my phone on sleep mode, is there's a thing called Ice Apps, and I have one on my phone right now, where what it is it shows up as a notification, and all someone has to do is tap on. All someone has to do is tap on the notification. Let me do this properly. And it brings up your information without even having to open up the phone, like your name, your birthday, your blood type, any allergens, or any other things you're affected by, so that if you are badly injured and the EMTs show up and you're unable to communicate, they can literally open your phone. There's base stuff there. Now, obviously, you might be worried about hackers looking up what your legal name stuff is, so if that's your threat model, you don't have to include this. I'm just saving something just in case you want to save your email time. And also, last but not least, I just had to put this in there because I was thinking about it one day when I was updating it, that, you know what? I know a lot of people now, including one particular local hacker, who recently went through and survived chemotherapy. And so I won't say her name, but congratulations to you. I know it's rough. I know it's still rough because you're doing the after effects of it. So I posted a video guide to, if you know someone who is visiting or is traveling with you that's going through chemo, or you're taking chemo yourself and going to DEFCON, great guide to how to prepare a chemo bag for the in-between times as well as when you're waiting for your chemotherapy. Now, I hope it never has to come to this, but I do have a section for protection and self-defense. This is not needed. Again, we're going to talk about threat modeling in a bit. It should have been higher on this list, but we're going to talk about that. But again, even though it's a lot better since it was during Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas or even 5 years ago, it's still Vegas. You're still traveling. I don't expect you to get robbed at knife point and gunpoint, and I hope it doesn't happen to you. But it has happened to friends of mine, both in Vegas and even in New Jersey, New York, around the world. So I just posted some base things in here. We're not playing this video, but this is a video about like what to look out for if you're buying a bag and stuff, to see if it's like more resistant to theft, like real stuff. Even though it's expensive, there's a company called PackSafe, and they make a ton of different products. I'll post one here. Some of these might be sold out already, but they make excellent products for like all the stuff that woman mentions in her video about anti-theft has all of this stuff already built in and more. So they have backpacks, they have little fanny pack bags, they have a little device carry-on bag. There's a company called Self-Defense Products, which I'm not going to link to any specific things, but these are used and made by law enforcement for self-protection, and a lot of law enforcement people have this stuff. So if for some reason you need portable stuff for that, that's a great company. Honestly, more important, especially if you are femme presenting or a cis woman or a trans woman or whatever, is LifeSafe. It's made by the people at St. John's in America, and what it is it's an app where you can load into it. It immediately puts you in contact with either like a family member or someone at a hospital somewhere, and you can talk to them. And as you're talking to them and telling you what's the problem, they're going to give you advice. They're going to keep you on the phone to keep you calm and keep you safe. It will immediately use your GPS that you've enabled on your phone to find where's your local safe space or hospital, whether it's a police precinct or a hospital or whatever in your area. So it talks you through terrible stuff. It's particularly designed for if you think you're getting stalked. Puts you on the phone that way if you do get attacked while stalked. It knows your address. You've already talked to the person. They can confirm that. They can instantly send authorities to your location. I think it's a great app to add. If you want general survival and stuff, like let's say you're going to the Chaos Computer Congress, which we are going to cover, Sparrow sells this nice breakout kit called the Chaos Card Wary Edition. It's an advanced version of their original Chaos Card. Has some bypasses, some lockpicks, has like a physical saw for some stuff, a pointed end for stabby things, just a great thing to have. And for some reason, if you really want to be fucking safe, there's the Saint Chaos from Sparrows. It has a handcuff key, which, by the way, I recommend for handcuff keys. If you get arrested by the police, don't use a handcuff key or shim to get out of there. Just don't talk to them. Say, I know my rights. I want my lawyer and phone call. Don't tell them anything else. And just suffer through it, okay? I'll put it this way. They already beat up brown people like me. If you're white, and they're treating you nice, and you have those handcuff keys, I'll put it simply, you're going to get demoted to black. Okay? So just stay in the handcuffs. This is for if you're getting, like, kidnapped by a group. Instead of a lot of times tying or duct taping, they will handcuff you. Has a handcuff key, just in case you need it, and has a stabby thing that you put on your knuckle to add extra stabby stuff for protection. And both of these, don't tell anyone, are made out of a strong polymer that you can't find through metal detectors. So it should go right through the airport. You'll find. Again, I don't think you're going to need this. I don't think it's going to be this severe. But if for some reason your threat model, you're worried about physically assaulted, especially, again, I know of women, cis and trans, femme-presenting people. I've even known guys who have gone through this. I just put this in there just in case you need it. The video that we are going to watch, however, is a nice strategy video about traveling wherever by the same woman about looking for backpacks and stuff, about pickpocketing and how to avoid it. I also included a video that was done at DEFCON that's normally at the Rogues Village that's not going to be there about how pickpockets pickpocket, so that way you know how to prevent yourself. But we're not going to watch that one. We're just going to watch this quick video because I just think it's a good thing to know, even if your security threat model is not going to be, I'm going to need like a firearm and a ninja gear. I'm just general. I don't think it's going to happen to you. I hope it doesn't happen to you at Vegas or wherever you're traveling, even if it's locally in New York. But here's just some good strategies of not to get pickpocketed. So we're going to watch this, and then we're going to continue on to finances. I know it's a lot to take in, but that's why I have this guide and everything like that. So here we go. Hopefully our stream won't die.
According to a TripAdvisor survey from a few years ago, 16% of travelers reported being pickpocketed or robbed while traveling internationally. The same survey said that pickpocketing is According to a TripAdvisor survey from a few years ago, 16% of travelers reported being pickpocketed or robbed while traveling internationally. The same survey said that pickpocketing is the most common crime committed against tourists in Europe, with an estimated 1.5 million reported incidents annually. And those are just the reported ones. While tourists are certainly targets, they're not the only victims. Over 400,000 pickpocketing incidents occur worldwide each and every day. Don't be them. Watch this video. You're welcome. All right, now that I've terrified you with my scary stats about pickpockets, it's also important to note that the chances are you'll be fine. There are infinitely more tourists than there are pickpocketing incidents. I'm not paranoid in general, and I overall believe in the goodness of humanity. It's kind of why I travel. But I also believe in taking precautions so that I can make sure that my trip goes off without a hitch. Here are 12 tips for how to avoid pickpocketing while traveling. You can incorporate the ones you like into your travel routine, and before long, it'll just become the way you do things. And in so doing, you will no longer be a target for pickpockets. Tip number 1 is to know the hotspots. While pickpocketing can happen anywhere, reports indicate that the particularly common pickpocket hotspots are in the European cities of Paris, Barcelona, Rome, Prague, and Madrid. In the United States, New York City sees the most pickpocketing incidents. Although it's important to be on guard in these cities, remember, pickpocketing can happen anywhere. Pickpockets particularly like crowds and touristy areas. This stands to reason. The juiciest pickpocket victims are tourists because they're unfamiliar with the territory and they're unaware of local customs and they're generally carrying more valuables. This is not to say that you should stay away from touristy areas because there's probably a reason it's touristy, as in there's something worth seeing or doing there. So in these cases, stay observant of your surroundings and practice some of the tips that I'm about to share with you. Blending in with locals and doing your best to avoid standing out as a foreigner also helps. Tip number 2, avoid crowds. Crowded scenarios to be particularly on guard for include busy markets, things like concerts or sporting events, public squares or plazas, train stations, and crowded public transportation in general. Pro tip, if you're taking public transportation, avoid rush hour if at all possible. If you're in the metro or subway, especially in a city where pickpocketing is common, and the train that pulls into the station is packed, then just wait for the next one if you have time. Your ride will not only be infinitely more comfortable, but you'll also be more likely to avoid pickpockets who prefer crowded trains. Tip number 3, know their tricks. First of all, if someone is getting a little too close for comfort, they could be targeting you for pickpocketing. This is, of course, why pickpockets love crowds, because everyone is unavoidably packed in together. But if they're standing a little too close and it's not crowded, your spidey sense should be going off. I don't usually like to get confrontational, so if this happens to me, I just move away. And if they follow me and continue to stand close, then I will turn around and look them in the eye with my best "don't mess with me" expression. That normally does the trick. But most pickpocketing is actually done in teams, often with an element of distraction. For example, somebody might pretend to drop something in front of you, and it will either stop you suddenly, or you might feel inclined to help them pick up whatever they dropped. Their accomplice will be behind you, and while you're distracted, they'll come in for the kill, maybe bumping into you so you don't realize that their hand is in your pocket. Another common and similar pickpocket trick is known as the sandwich strategy. Someone will be in front of you, perhaps getting off the train or going up an escalator, and they will suddenly stop, which will stop your forward momentum, and their accomplice behind you will bump into you, which, given the circumstances, would...
Sadly, I missed who followed me, but thank you for who followed me. I hope you can reply in chat.
Now that you know what to look for, tip number 4 is to know who to look for. Pickpockets will be busy looking for targets, which is not what most people are doing in public. Next time you're on public transportation, look around. Most people have their noses buried in their phones. Now, I'm not saying that you should be suspicious of someone who's not on their phone. Lord knows we could all spend a little bit less time on our phones in general. But it is the first of a few things to look for. Next up, since most pickpocket incidents happen in teams, what you're looking for are people in groups of 2 or 3 who aren't talking or interacting with each other. Instead, they're all looking at other people, ultimately looking for their next victims. And they're probably carrying bags, which will eventually be holding your stuff if you're not careful about it. Tip number 5, don't touch your pockets. I mentioned this in my episode about travel security tips, but it bears repeating here. Pickpockets have some sneaky tricks to find out where your hiding spots are. For example, they may hang out around the signs that can be in crowded touristy areas that warn people of pickpockets. If you're not thinking and you see one of these signs, you might be inclined to touch your pockets to make sure that your stuff is there, which is a clear sign to anyone who's watching you where your valuables are. Another tactic is for somebody in a team of pickpockets to shout out that they've been robbed, which will again prompt anybody in the area to touch their pockets to make sure that they too have not been robbed yet. Tip number 6, be unpredictable. If you have reason to believe that you're being cased by a pickpocket, do something totally different. For example, let's say you're planning on getting on a bus or train and the person behind you has been standing uncomfortably close and you have reason to believe that they might be a pickpocket. Pretend to get on the bus or train or escalator or elevator or whatever, and at the last minute, step to the side. Even if they are casing you, they would be crazy to step aside as well because that would totally give them away. But certainly if they do that, that would be your chance to either confront them or simply situate yourself somewhere else where you feel safer. Speaking of safety, tip number 7 is to place yourself strategically. There are certain ways and places that you can stand in public that will make you more or less of a target. For example, wherever possible, stand with your back to a wall. Not only will this enable you to be observant of your entire surroundings, but it also reduces the chances of someone being able to get behind you or bump into you in a way that would be easy for them to pickpocket you. Also, if you're on the metro or subway, don't stand near the door. This makes it very easy for someone to bump into you under the guise of trying to get off the train, and in so doing to take whatever's in your pockets with them in their very well-designed quick getaway. Tip number 8, watch out at kiosks and ATMs. I have another episode entirely all about classic mistakes that people make at ATMs. But there's one additional mistake that I didn't mention in that episode, and that is to be extra aware of your surroundings when you choose an ATM and while you're using one. Ideally, you're already using an ATM that's either inside or beside a bank, which has additional security like cameras and sometimes even security guards, which will inherently reduce the chances of you being pickpocketed in those places. But beyond that, always cover up your hand as you enter in your PIN. Somebody could be looking over your shoulder or even watching you from a distance with binoculars. If they can see you enter your PIN, it could be the first step of a multi-step approach. Once they have your PIN number, if they then pickpocket you and steal your wallet with your debit card, they can drain your account. Also, if you're at a kiosk of any kind, for example, checking in at the airport or buying a Metro card at a station, you're naturally distracted with that process. This leaves you additionally vulnerable to pickpocketing. So make sure you're extra aware of your surroundings. Now, I saw a video about pickpocketing that suggested that viewers be suspicious of anyone who might come up and offer to help you while you are, for example, using one of these kiosks. This makes me a little bit sad because part of the point of travel is connecting with people along the way, and in some cases, accepting the help of strangers who might legitimately want to be of assistance. To treat anyone who approaches you about anything with suspicion just feels like a really unfortunate way of being. When I went to Japan, I had to get a bus ticket from the airport to one of the major train stations. I researched this in advance and I knew that it was possible to buy the ticket at the airport. However, when I got there, the kiosk had no option to make a purchase in English and I was completely lost. A wonderful soul saw that I was struggling and came up to help me. I walked away with a bus ticket in hand and a very warm first impression of Japan. Now, I would be lying if I said that I wasn't uber aware in that moment of the possibility that he might have had nefarious intentions, and I made sure that I was extra aware of my surroundings. For example, to make sure that he didn't perhaps have an accomplice who might come up from behind or come up from the side while he was helping me and pickpocket me or take one of my bags. Also, I wouldn't have handed him my payment card, obviously, or I wouldn't have done anything that would have made it easy for him to rob me. I guess this is all a way of saying that there's a balance between being careful when you're unfamiliar with your surroundings and allowing some of the magic of travel to just unfold. Like I said at the start of this episode, once you understand the additional risks that come with travel and being in a foreign environment, you can create habits that will become natural and that will keep you and your stuff secure on the road and off it. Okay, a few tips about prevention. Tip number 9, don't carry your cash in one place. If you do get pickpocketed, don't let them get all your money. By carrying cash in a few different places on your body or in your bags, then at least if you do get pickpocketed, you will have some additional cash and or cards to help you recover from this theft. I have another episode featuring crazy ways to hide cash while you travel. Although some of those methods are a bit ridiculous for my liking, the principle of hiding cash and some of the methods that I show in that video will help you create very good travel habits. Tip number 10, consider anti-theft bags and clothes. I'm a huge fan of PackSafe, anti-theft bags, slings, purses, wallets, backpacks, luggage, and more. I've been a personal customer of them for well over a decade, and I continue to use some of the stuff that I originally got, as well as new stuff that they come out with each year because I like to stay on top of the newest and best anti-theft features and secure travel belongings. But PackSafe isn't the only game in town. Companies like ScottyVest have clothing with gazillions of pockets that zip up, and some of which are ingeniously hidden, so you can keep your valuables with you while you're out and about. Also, there are companies that specifically design pickpocket-proof clothing with pockets that can be additionally difficult to get into. I wrote a whole article on my website about anti-theft gear that I recommend you check out if you're interested in learning a little bit more about things that you can use while you're traveling to reduce.
And of course, we have a bunch of that gear in our guides.
I'll leave a link to that in the description. Even companies that don't specifically design travel clothing often have hidden pockets that could be really handy on the road. So whenever you get something new for travel, keep an eye out for some of these features. Tip number 11, zip it up. If you are somewhere where you feel pretty comfortable about your surroundings, you may unwittingly leave yourself open to unnecessary theft or even just plain loss. Ideally, if you have pockets, they can somehow be closed, and get in the habit of keeping them closed all the time. Also, it's a common myth that keeping your stuff in an inner pocket is 100% secure. Some of the pickpocket strategies that involve bumping into you can create just enough commotion that you won't realize they're taking stuff from your inner pockets. Remember, these people are pros. They know where people keep their stuff and how to get it. Tip number 12, get loud. If all of my tips thus far have been unsuccessful and you do find yourself being pickpocketed, if you catch them in the act, there is still time. Get really loud right away. Pickpocketing is not generally a violent crime. Their whole MO is to be invisible and for their crime to go undetected. If they're good, you won't even know it happened until they're long gone. They don't want to be seen or caught. So, if you catch them in the act, get loud and publicly confront your perpetrator. This may force them to abort the mission and try to make a clean getaway without your stuff. Have you ever been pickpocketed? Please share your experience in the comments so we can all learn together and learn how to travel smart in style. I'm Nora Dunn, aka The Professional Hobo, and I'll catch you next time.
Okay, so that was a rather long video, but I felt like it was a very important and informative video about just your awareness and tactics for against pickpocketing and other sort of physical attacks like that. So I have that video and many others, including recommended gear and strategies, in the guide itself. So let's move on to, funny enough, when she mentioned about money, the next thing which I need to add a funny image for, which is finances. As she said, and I fully agree, having your wealth distributed in multiple pockets, multiple carrying cases is a good idea. In fact, I'll tell you a base strategy that I've used, and I'm not saying I use these exact pockets, but as an example, especially if someone's like, freeze, give me your money, and it's like hands up, I will have one pocket that will have a low amount of money and another pocket with a high amount of money. So let's say I have my left pocket that will have like 3 20s in it. I have another pocket that has 4 hundreds in it, right? And this is also good because that way I know, hey, which one's lower, which one's higher, just in case I use them. But if I get robbed, I just give them the low amount of money because they expect you to have all your money in one section. That's what you give. So they might be running away with your money, or they might take your money, but they're only getting the little value as opposed to the larger value. That's why it's good to break up your money. And so my question is, and this is going to go a bit into what we have as threat modeling, is again, diversify your money, have a mixture of card and cash on you. even though there's a lot of RFID hacking, Tap should be mostly okay. There's a lot of good encryption in that, like Cash App and things. In fact, Cash App and Venmo and stuff and Apple Pay is really good because they are virtual cards, meaning if someone gets your card information, you can not only instantly cancel it like you do as a normal bank, but because they're digital, it will instantly bring up another number, date, and everything card, and that way you can immediately start using your finances again instead of having to wait, send it in the mail, which you can't really do because you're in Vegas or in another country or state. The other thing about Tap Card also is that, so like I said, there's that. And that's really all you should do. Again, because there's some places that, never mind security, might only take cash or only take card. So having something on card, Tap is okay, and having both card and cash, great idea. If you want to add a bit more security to that, here's some other advice. And one of these I'm going to show off. Prepaid physical cards, okay? They exist. There's a ton of them. My recommendation is Secure Spend. They look like this. And I'm actually going to go into where I'm going to show you the website real quick for Secure Spend. Hopefully the dark mode won't blank it out. Very basic website. You put in card number, expiration date, enter that in as security. You can get them at a ton of places in the United States. CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, 7-Eleven, Dollar General, Walmart, Family. All these different places you can get them. And I'm going to go into close-up mode to show you exactly what one looks like. And again, if you have any questions about them or anything else, let me know in chat because I love a lively chat. Otherwise, keep lurking, keep learning. So this is one that I got a while ago. And to be honest, I don't even know why I'm covering the number on this because it literally has, if it has anything on here, it's like 50 cents left. So if you, wow, I got 50 cents, I pwned Sidepocket, don't care. But this is what they look like. It's a little gray card, there's usually a black or gray card, and they work exactly like a bank card. So they have a normal input number, they have a date, they have a little expiration number thing on the security number on the back of it, and it's a swipe system. There's no tap on these. So that's why having tap pay like on your phone is still a good idea. Minimum of $5, I think minimum $10, maximum $200. So you're not putting like all your money on this thing. Just put $100 or $200 on this. And also, these are the most expensive cards, one of the only downsides. So there's about a $5-ish charge on top of that. So let's say you're throwing 100, you're actually going to be putting down like $105.75 or something because that pays for the card itself. Here's all the advantages, though, of using this type of card. So you want just only card. You leave your bank card at home. So let's say this is your threat model for Vegas or anywhere else. And you put $100 on here, so you have $100 on card, you have $100 in different amounts of cash on your physical body, and you have your tap pay as backup on your phone. What's great about this is, again, it works exactly as a bank card. You can input the numbers on these, works online for online ordering. You can swipe with these, works exactly on swipe. Unfortunately, there's no tap on this, but that's a thing. And also, that way, you don't have to worry about your RFID wallet. So you can put these in your pocket, normal wallet. You're not picking anything up on RFID. Second of all, it has the same exact security because it's a Visa as a Visa card. So all your stuff that you do at a Visa bank, and by the way, if you get money stolen from a bank, this actually happened to me the day before B-Sides in New York City. I had a vendor that got compromised. My account was on that. They started paying stuff, drained all my money into negatives. Talked to the bank. They thought it was going to take like a day or two to get my money back. They got it back in an hour. I hate corporations, but yay for Chase Bank on that. Hint. But yeah, most banks, Chase, Bank of America, TD Bank, any good solid actual bank that you use, they should have good, like, in case we get hacked, we're going to refund all your money, do prevention, kill your current card, send your normal card, so don't get too worried. That's why it's also good to put money on a prepaid card and to pull out in cash just in case, either before the con, like what happened to me, unrelated to hacking cons, but also at the hacking con itself. But let's go back to this card. So you pay the extra $5, whatever, and you put $100 on this. Has the same security as a Visa bank from a major bank. So it has encryption, really good stuff. No RFID, so they can't scan RFID. That's both a negative in that you can't tap. That's why you should still have tap pay on your phone. But positive in that there's no RFID scanning. And also with this, again, if someone gets your money, they're only getting the money that you put on the card. And finally, what makes these cards really great is also negative. You can only add money once. You can't reload it. The good thing about that, though, is that usually with these reload cards, they give you a temp thing, and then they want you to sign it up like a normal card where it has your name, has your stuff, and usually in order to even use that gift card, you need an app to go with it. This doesn't. You put the $105 on it, you have $100 To spend, works like a normal bank card that takes swipes or the inputs on the actual numbers for it. And they don't know your name. Your name is not on this thing. There's no name, no address, no anything about yourself. It's completely sanitized. It's literally just the money on there, and it's a lower money than you have in your actual bank card. So if you need a one-time prepaid card that's really secure, that's completely anonymous, that you just pay cash, that's it, do Secure Spend by Visa. Great, great thing. Let's go back to the guide. Other things with your money. There's also payment masking services online and potentially in person, where basically these are virtual cards that you can spin up, similar to Cash App, which then you can load money to, and because they're virtual, you can create new ones, also very anonymous. The two companies for those is Privacy.com has those online. There's also MySudo that makes up these cards. If you want to get extra secure, just saying, and you have cryptocurrency, you can get gift cards with cryptocurrencies that are then sent to you, so they're completely untraceable for certain ones, mainly Monero. Two companies that take Monero, where you can get those from, is CakePay and CoinCards.com. So CakePay.com, CoinCards.com, you can pay, you can buy gift cards for different services or general money ones in crypto. They send you the card. It's great. Basic limit, by the way, starts off as $5,000 for $10,000 for daily basic accounts, so you can do a lot of money just on the base thing. So just put it that way. And I know it's not popular because there's a lot of scams and stuff out there, but if you're doing cryptocurrency and it's probably going to be in Monero, here's a bunch of other tips. First of all, create a paper wallet. Even if you have an app for your crypto on your device or your card, even if you have a physical thing, doing a paper wallet, it's easier. What if your phone dies? What if your Trezor dies? Someone doesn't have a Trezor. Just make a paper wallet. I just posted a guide on chat and also in our guide of how to create one, QR code. You print them out yourself. If you need an app and you don't have one, Cake Wallet and Exodus, great security. They cover a lot of different cryptos, especially Monero. Great stuff. If you need a good stealth exchange, Stealth EXIO is a great exchange. Algoria has both Bitcoin and Monero for exchange, completely anonymous. If you want to be super anonymous, Bisq is a program you can download for desktop that is a direct peer-to-peer encrypted darknet trading platform, so you can trade one type of crypto for another type of crypto. And if you need something centralized, even though they've been hacked multiple times, Kraken.com, put a little bit of crypto in there, it's there. Now, here's a more important thing for physical Vegas itself. Dress. How should you dress? Now, this is from the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And while definitely Raul Duke, a.k.a. Hunter S. Thompson, has some very weird fashion choices, it's kind of a pretty good idea of what you kind of are going to be wearing in Vegas in terms of the type of clothes. You're going to want loose, airy clothes. Before we get to those clothes, however, originally we recommended to bring an umbrella for New York City. That was the year where not only New York did not rain, it was dry as fuck, but Vegas flooded. And if you want proof that Vegas flooded, here's the infamous meme video that came out last year, if it will properly load. Hope it loads. We'll also use this time that, again, if you like us, you can follow us on Twitch, DLive, PeerTube, Odyssey, and Kick. Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, PeerTube, and Kick. If you follow us on Twitch, PeerTube, Kick, and Odyssey, we do have we do get notifications for those, which I try to check out. So yeah, this is a dude who was floating on attended DEFCON, who floated on an entire inflatable raft down the newly made river on the Vegas Strip. So get an umbrella, get a portable umbrella to take with you. I know it looks funny, it was funny, but you're going to need one. And even if it doesn't rain, it's a good way to block out the Vegas sun. In addition to the sunscreen we're talking about. I'm not going to share, but if you also want a more hackerish umbrella that's blinky and stuff, ton of links where you can get them. Here's some criteria for the clothing. I know this because I work outside in heat waves. You want loose, airy clothing. Your normal day wear, do not bring anything tight-fitting. Do not bring your latex skimp suit. Do not do things like that. Your idea thing is like a t-shirt or a blouse or shorts, skirts, or if you're really crazy, aka Irish or Scottish, you can wear a utilikilt. You want something that hangs off your body and the air flows through. If you want to get a picture of that, like with your sleeve, take 2 or 3 fingers, put it through the sleeve of where it touches your body. If you can't fit them or it's snug, then it's not loose enough. This was designed for that, so it's super loose. This kept me cool during SummerCon. I'll get into that in a moment. But yes, that's how you want your clothes. T-shirts, blouses, shorts, skirts, kilts, things that you can fit 2 or 3 fingers through and it won't snag. Storage, like we said with pickpocketing. Make sure that you have pockets. If not, bring a purse or a backpack that has zippers or secure snaps. Do not bring magnets. That is a very easy target for pickpocketers. You won't even know they exist. You won't even know things are getting taken out. Third thing, cover your head. Even if you don't wear a hat, please go out and get one. Not only to cover the top of your head, because that's a sensitive spot, 0 days, heat escapes from the top of your head, sun hits it, you're dead. But most hats, whether it's a baseball cap like this or more, has some sort of visor or thing, ledge, that blocks the sun out so you can properly see. Get a hat. Shades. I don't have them with me, but yes, they look cool. That's not why most hackers wear them. A lot of hackers actually wear them at night because a lot of hackers, for some reason, have like vision problems or this normal sunlight's too bright. But bring shades, because similar to Iraq, not only is Vegas hot, it's fucking bright. Especially with all the glass and metal outside, and if you're in the desert, the sand, that will reflect the light. It will blind you. Good to protect your eyes. Second thing, and we're going to this is going to be a section where we're going to sit on a bit. Wear sunscreen. It's the summer. I've been wearing sunscreen when it hits 80 or 90, like high 80s, low 90s, and I'm in the New York, New Jersey area. Vegas is going to be a lot more hot than that. Wear fucking sunscreen. I don't care if you've never worn it before, wear it. Tip though, unless you are going to Chaos Computer Congress, do not wear a sunscreen that is more than 50 SPF. Our sunscreen in America only protects UVBs, if I remember correctly, and it doesn't protect that many UVBs, and it protects way less UVA. So 50 is your highest. Unless you are albino, anything above 50 is negligible. So if you get 60, still going to work as well as 50. Get 90, still going to work as well as 50. In America. If you're going to Hacker Summer Camp, the Chaos Computer Camp out in Germany, or to Singapore for the Wikimania, and buy locally sunscreen there, their ones that are over 50 actually block really well UVA and UVB. So those actually matter. But in the United States, do a normal Hacker Summer Camp, besides Black Hat DEFCON, 50 SPF is your mask. Because I'm a darker skin complexion and I've never gotten a sunburn in my life because of my melanin, I usually have a 30 SPF sunscreen, but that's just me. If you want an idea for sunscreen, I have a guide that gets updated every year, and they have the current list of all the sunscreens for all the different skin types, whether you have dry skin, you hydrate, you want something that works with makeup, one that cleans up well, cheap, whatever the fuck, it's there. Also, if you're like vegan stuff and you want something that's easy that you can find at any store, because honestly, some of the stuff that Cosmopolitan lists is hard to get. Hell, I looked for the hydrating one in Sephora. I'm still trying to look for it. Get Sunbum. Sunbum is sold in every single thing. They're highly regarded in the tanning community. Get any of those. I have a 30 SPF Sunbum that I use. So if you can't find any on the guide, or the guide for Cosmopolitan is too expensive, just get Sunbum. They're pretty cool. If you want to get extra, not burnt in the sun, like keeping cool physically, get a cooling towel. Here's a list of amazing cooling towels you can get. I have one myself. It's not on me right now, but I do have one. You'll see it tied to me because I have a little handle on my pants that I will be using. You can either put it on you and absorb sweat, and some of them you wet beforehand, like how you would refill your water bottle, and you snap it or you twist it, and basically as it evaporates, it takes the heat off of like your neck or any place you put it. Last but not least, actually I'm going to jump to something else. In addition for it to being fucking hot in Vegas, it's also really humid. It's not required, but even when it's air conditioned inside the con or your hotel, it is stale, dry air especially if your nose dries out and stuff. And if you can get it, get a portable humidifier or have someone bring one. Again, I have a list of good types, including cheap humidifiers that you can get. Last but not least, let's say even if you did all this, you get heat stroke, you get heat shock. What the hell do you do? I have a link there in the guide that I also just put in chat by Medical Gear Outfitters, great organization of medics, about what to do if yourself or you see someone else who has heat stroke. And because it's so important to hydrate yourself, keep yourself cool, and you might not have heat stroke, but because you followed my guide, but you might encounter someone else has it. I'm going to play, it's going to be one of the few last videos we're going to play, talking from an amazing doctor about heat stroke, and he's from Vegas, so he knows, and he's going to tell you what to do during it. This is important. Do not turn away. Let's watch this right now. I have it preloaded, so here we go.
It is Vegas right now, currently 107 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's actually hotter in other places in the United States. In Phoenix, they're setting records at 115. It's also around that same temperature in Texas. That's why it's so important to recognize the 6 warning signs of heat stroke so you could save your life or potentially someone else's. But what is a heat stroke anyway? A heat stroke has nothing to do with what we typically think of as a stroke. That's a whole nother medical condition. A heat stroke simply is the body overheating. The hypothalamus of the brain has a harder time, and at some point it gets overwhelmed in its ability to control the thermostat of your body. Once your body starts getting higher and higher in its temperature, typically defined as 104.5 degrees Fahrenheit, that's when you're having a heat stroke. At that point, the organs start to malfunction. And that's why it's a true medical emergency, which can be life-threatening if it's not promptly recognized and treated. Warning sign number 1, it's the skin. Someone who's been exposed to high temperatures, their body is gonna feel hot. So put your hands on them. You don't need a thermometer for this purpose. You can feel their skin, and if it's hot, that's your first clue. Oftentimes, you'll see flushed skin, meaning their skin is pretty red. Besides being hot and flushed, the skin is either gonna be drenched in sweat or it could be completely dry. Warning sign number 2, the very first clue that organs are starting to malfunction, it starts with the brain. And it's almost always starting with confusion.
I'm not gonna vote for Nixon.
But it could come in the form of someone being agitated or irritated, slurred speech,
I'm not home yet.
and sometimes even seizures or being completely unresponsive. Warning sign number 3, heat stroke not always but often causes nausea and sometimes vomiting. And if that person is unresponsive, the last thing you want them doing is vomiting because they could potentially aspirate that vomit into their lungs, which could potentially be fatal. Warning sign number 4, rapid breathing. The breathing may become fast and shallow. Normally people breathe at a rate of 12 to 15 breaths per minute, but in heat stroke, it's more like 25 to 35 breaths per minute. Warning sign number 5, racing heart rate. Your pulse is likely to be twice as fast what it normally is, probably in the range of 100 to 140 beats per minute. This is because heat stress places a tremendous burden on the heart, as the heart is trying its best to pump as hard and fast as it can in order to circulate that blood throughout the body in its attempt to dissipate heat from the body to cool you off. Warning sign number 6, and this is a very bad indicator when it comes to predicting mortality, is if that person is not making any urine, that means the kidneys are shutting down. These are serious warning signs, and time to treatment is absolutely critical because it's only a matter of time before the organs start shutting down. In fact, heat stroke can kill someone in as fast as 15 minutes. It's crucial to immediately call 911. And while waiting for professional help, you have to think to yourself, how am I going to cool this person as fast as possible in a safe manner? Try to move the person out of the heat, remove excess clothing, and cool them with whatever means available. This might mean placing them in a cool tub of water or a cool shower, spraying them with a garden hose, using ice packs. If they're awake and they're not vomiting, you can give them cold fluids to drink, either water or a sports drink that contains electrolytes like Gatorade.
No.
Trust me, I was looking at it.
I know, my eyes are closed, so you know, I'm blind face.
So yes, that was an extremely important video about heat stroke. And to reiterate again, we're just going to very briefly go over what they talked about in the video. I'm actually going to use the medical gear outfitters. You have heat cramps, which is early warning, heat exhaustion, and heat strokes. Cramps are the earliest warning signs. Go away. Go away. As you sweat, your muscles work up, so these cramps usually start in the leg, and they usually happen during an extended period of time. And especially if you're at the con walking around a lot, you might not even notice you're getting leg cramps because you've been literally getting a workout by walking and running everywhere. And with heat exhaustion, they're going to feel physically hot on their skin. They're going to be breathing a lot because they're not keeping up. They also need more oxygen to pump throughout their body since they're losing a lot of nutrients and water, which means their skin's going to feel clammy, smooth, and hot. Their heart rate's going to be insane. So even if you don't know the amount, if you feel their pulse, it's going to sound like a goddamn fucking Power Slave album on your fingers. Like, it's going to feel like, you know, a goddamn DualSense controller during a Call of Duty game. Just, that's a bad sign. They're going to be panting. They're going to be delirious. I've gone through heat stroke before, so I can tell you from personal experience, it's not very fun. Sometimes they usually have nausea. Sometimes it gets to the point of vomiting, which is even worse because they're expelling even more dehydration water. So they're getting even more dehydrated. And if they're not peeing, then the kidneys are starting to shut down. What you're going to want to do is you're going to get that person yourself into a shaded area. You're going to cool them down. A cool shaded area would be a good idea, like an air-conditioned room. But you could also, once you get them in shade, if they're conscious, give them water, especially water with electrolytes in it that's room temperature or cooler, preferably cold. Not probably too cold because you also don't want them to go in the shop, but something cool, you know, from your water bottle that you got from my guide. So you want to get that core body temperature down. If they're passed out, or you can ask them consciously, they should remove appropriate layers of clothing. Don't get too carried away and creepy. You also want to do consent. But if they're passed out, you know, like if they're male, like lift up their shirt or lift a woman's shirt up to like below the female or femme person to below their boobs. Things like that. In that case, when they're passed out, they still might be mad at you, but I think they're going to be more happy that you saved their life. And regardless if they're in heat stroke, even if it's just a visit and being like, hey, you calm them down, you're good, immediately call 911 and emergency services. They have the proper equipment and stuff, especially if you don't have water or shade on you or a cool thing. They'll bring ice packs, they'll bring electrolyte fluid in order for them to recover. So just remember that, you know, warm, hot skin, clammy, hot, lots of breath, delusional, nausea, high heart rate, get them to yourself, cool shaded area, loosen or remove clothes possibly, get them, if they're conscious, water with electrolytes in it, if they're pass out or even if they get it, get that core body temperature down to get them a cooler rule, like dousing them in water, put them in like your bathtub in the hotel and turn the water on, things like that. So it's very important. Other things that you need to know about clothing at the con. We're almost done here. Just double check and make sure my audio is working. All right. Anti-swap ass underwear. It is fucking hot. You're going to be sweating a lot. I deal with this a lot with swamp ass. A good brand that I got recommended by people I know who hike in the desert of fucking Nevada because they're insane. They live in Nevada and they hike in the deserts in Death Valley and everything. Well, I think Death Valley is California. Is Exficio. And they sell both boxers and women's underwear that are up to snuff. So, which means their underwear are more synthetic. Do not wear cotton underwear because it's going to chafe. It's going to cause skin reactions, and it's going to absorb all the water you're sweating, so it's going to make you feel like you're a goddamn diaper. You want nylon boxers, panties, underwear, and ones that are designed for heat flow and anti-perspiration. A tip for people who like t-shirts, go down to Home Depot or Lowe's. They sell work t-shirts. They're usually designed to be very airy, non-cotton, so you don't sweat, and a lot of them also have UV protection built into the fabric. So in addition to having the sunscreen on your body, it will also UV protect what you're covering, so that's a good thing. Comfortable shoes. Get shoes that you wear all day, all the time. These are like really worn in, comfortable shoes that I recently got. Actually, a friend got them for me, and I paid them for like $20 used shoes. I don't care how awesome those business shoes or stilettos are. If you're using them to walk around the normal con, your feet are gonna fucking die. In fact, we're gonna talk about how much you walk a little bit in a bit. After 30 minutes, you're gonna die. Never mind like 16 plus hours of going in up and down escalators, in elevators, going across the vendors hall, in between talks and workshops, and never mind like the dance floor if you go to a party. So make comfortable, worn-in shoes. You can always pack alternate party shoes for the actual parties. Do what a lot of ladies do, where they have normal walking shoes and they have their stilettos. They wear their stilettos when they want to look nice and stuff. When they go get the cab and go home, they switch into the comfy shoes, or when they're in commute. And a little tip also for like shoes and stuff, if you can, pack your pair of slippers and keep them in the hotel. When you get out of your comfy shoes, you can go into even more comfier slippers. They're more designed for inside hotel. You're not bringing in dirt and stuff, and you more feel at home. It's just a nice idea. And to show you an example of how much you'll be walking, back at Circle of Hope, I recorded the amount of steps. This was the last day of the con on Sunday. The maximum amount of like steps until you start getting tired is 10,000. I did 12,598 steps. And remember, the Circle of Hope is like 30 times smaller than DEFCON. So wear comfortable shoes that have been worn in. Finally, pack your t-shirts, pack your socks, pack all the stuff that makes you comfortable, airy clothes. But just in case, optionally, and I more recommend this, I would say bring 3 types of preset additional outfits. 1, bring a business type outfit. This is especially useful if you're going to Black Hat, but there's a lot of after parties and meetups where they're more infosec-y and more suit and tie. You don't want to be left out. Bring something. Bring a business type outfit. Recommendation for like mask people is like a button down like polo shirt or business shirt with short sleeves and some business slacks that are nice and airy with comfortable worn in business shoes. If you're femme presenting, a light designer dress, open-toed shoes, that works. Again, you don't know what your recon, and especially if you recon, you might enter a party, or you might be at a section of the con where it's more professional. They have a more professional outfit. You can also have fun, have like a polo shirt that has like half the planet on it, but just something more business attire. 2, as we mentioned in the video earlier, swimsuit outfit. Get something. Do not put your electronics in the pockets and stuff because it'll short out. But you're probably going to use the pool. It's especially great to use con, especially because of how hot it is outside. And also, it's a great place to socialize. Also, a lot of these parties, especially this year in particular, are focused around pools. Get a swim outfit. And then go crazy if you want. Bring a party outfit. You have that fursuit. You're going to DC first. Bring that. Bring a crazy light-up dragon thing. Just a trench coat. Bring something fun that you want, but also make sure it's air out and comfortable, and make sure you keep hydrating during the party because those party outfits are usually big and heavy. I also have a list of cool clothing. Some I'm going to add in tomorrow that if you don't know where to get in my ad. Some examples here are Industrial, makes like really cool hacker clothing. Hack.xxx, which is not a porn thing, ironically, makes good clothing. 0 Day Clothing. If you want more crazy retro stuff, Vapor 95 sells like very vaporware, like Windows 95, Ubuntu 7 type of stuff to wear, pagers, things like that. Despite the name, which I don't like, Breedwell, if you're queer and you want like crazy like light up and UV like in crazy colors, jock straps and harnesses and outfits, they sell a ton of stuff for masks and men to wear with that. There's a cool Etsy store. Hack Attack sells really cool sneakers that you can wear. And Sparrows sells cufflinks for your business stuff that also are universal handcuff keys. And even though sometimes they have them for sale, sometimes they don't. Lockpick Extreme has earrings that are also lockpicks, very fashionable for those who have pierced ears. And finally, the EFF, which I'm actually going to copy pasta, has their own apparel store. So if you want to do like digital privacy rights and you don't have anything to wear like that and you need hacker clothes, great place to order. Now, This section is going to be shorter than you think, but here's a big fucking section. And this was going to be a lot longer because I was originally going to show every single operating system and thing in this, but we're just going to do the quick recap, otherwise we'd be here forever. Devices. So, here's your conundrum, and we're getting to threat modeling in a second. You're here to attend a hacker convention. This involves tech. You're a tech person. You want to bring tech. But here's the problem. The hacker convention. There's going to be shenanigans there. So, you kind of don't want to bring tech because you're afraid of getting hacked. But you want to bring tech because everyone else is a tech person. They're bringing tech. And what would a hacker convention be without technology? I'll give you the answer. It'd be the RSA convention. Instead, here's a tip. We're going to get into threat modeling. We're going to get into the type of stuff of what to bring. And the ideal thing to bring is burner equipment. But even if you don't bring burner equipment or configure stuff to a burner mode, easy thing to remember no matter what you do, don't bring your super personal and or work machines to the convention, because if they do get pwned, your job's going to be angry. If it's your personal thing, you're going to have a lot of data on that someone's going to be using. Just leave that stuff at home. Instead, we can configure a much less used laptop to be a burner or get a device dedicated to be a burner. Here's a quick base guide of how to encrypt no matter what platform or device you're using, just good encryption technique. But we're going to get into like a case for burner equipment, and then I'm going to do like some basic tips, and then we're going to get into nitty-gritty. So here's the case for burner equipment, and this is going to be the controversial section of this live stream, believe it or not. And by the way, we're going to stream for like 1 more hour, and then we should be good. So, we have seen a lot of discussions. Probably the most famous one is Deviant Olam's video, and it's a great video. We do not disagree with anything, and I don't disagree with anything that he wrote in that, okay? But we do have an issue with something that we've noticed, which is a good idea on paper, but we're afraid of a certain consequence from this. So, yes, there is a lot of use case data that was either made back years ago when the DEFCON was at Alexis Park and things were way more unscrupulous, and or was just misinformation to fuck with reporters and news, okay? There is a lot of that. We don't have any of that type of shit in our guides, even though we have a lot of use cases from beginner to advanced, from minimum to extreme. You know, the stuff like bring only cash, leave all your cards at home, that sort of like you need a Faraday cage for all your shit and like have multiple alias. That's just dumb. It's either, again, outdated or this was just stuff to scare noobs. However, we noticed the rhetoric was so severe that they were saying, you don't need a burner phone, you don't need to consider throwaway or burner equipment, and they either then start giving advice that backtracks on it, or what we're worried about is that people are going to hear in multiple videos, don't bring burner equipment, don't do this, and people are going to think in general, oh, I can just bring my normal phone from work, or my base phone and don't have any security methods on it, or I don't need a burner. And then they go to DEF CON this year and watch. This will be the con where there'll be some crazy thing that happens and everyone there who doesn't have any proper security on their phone or have a burner phone or whatever gets hacked. So it's like the opposite thing where by saying you don't need burners and this is outdated in general, very vague, this is going to make people think that they don't need security whatsoever, and then they're going to get hacked. So we don't want to spread misinformation about like extreme shit to do. On the other hand, we don't want to tell people to don't excuse stuff or don't use burner equipment or configure your equipment into a burner mode, because to us that's just, you know, just leaving your door open with no keys. So here's a quick, rapid idea threat model for like the majority of people attending these conventions. Here we go. Here's our take. Will some black hat evil F society group hacks my stuff at the con? Very unlikely unless they like to get arrested. Will insert 3-letter government agency be snooping my stuff? Probably. But if you're worried that they're going to be snooping at the con, don't, because they are, because they've been doing this across the U.S. and a lot of countries have been doing it longer than the U.S. 24/7, 365. If you do base protection, security, privacy stuff for your phone, that thwarts most of their stuff, even if they're doing it in person. So Be concerned, put some base privacy, but that's not your main threat model. What's your actual threat model for device security? It's not going to be usually, like 9 times out of 10, it's not going to be evil hoodie face, Guy Fawkes face hacker person doing advanced crazy shit pwning people stuff. That very rarely happens. Used to happen way more when things were unscrupulous. Rarely happens now. And again, fucking feds with wires and wearing Hawaiian t-shirts and giant shades scanning does kind of happen a bit more, but also not really a realistic thing that happens nowadays. I'll tell you the thing that we've seen in the past decade that's the actual threat model, which was encapsulated in a dual-core song called 10 Hack Commandments, where one of the closing lines of his song is, "You don't want to be the subject of a DEFCON panel." Even though it's become more uncommon since, there are people, individuals, but especially groups who are either part of hacker groups or a part of like computer security groups and or colleges who will do like a crazy like fake cell phone tower thing where they scan everyone and then break that research that they did at the con as they're doing it, and then the next DEF CON or whatever, they present their presentation about what they did at the previous DEF CON or Black Hat when they pwned everyone's stuff using a Wi-Fi cactus. That's your probable thing that if you do get hacked or snooped on, that's probably what's happening. That's the real reason to do this. You don't want to be someone's research paper or DEF CON panel. That's a more realistic thing. Is Black Hat or DEF CON network safe the hotel networks? I personally would not use the base hotel network or the unencrypted Wi-Fi at Black Hat or DEF CON without using VPN and Tor, and we'll get into that in a bit. There is an encrypted option for Black Hat and DEF CON and most hacker cons. Ask what that is at the info desk. Connect to that. We also, I think, for DEF CON have the link to do that online. That base thing and then some added extra privacy stuff will get you through zero issues, especially if you're at Black Hat and DEF CON, because Grifter, a longtime giant hacker and DEF CON Black Hat alum, runs the knock at these conventions. In fact, right now he's running the Black Hat knock as we speak, and it's not only him supervising, and he, by the way, also helped create DEF CON groups, so shout out to Grifter. He also stacks his staff with top-of-the-shelf white hats and ex-serious Russia underground crazy motherfucker black hats who know what criminal activity to look for because they've done it a decade ago. You are safe with this network. When it was at the Lexus Park, it was running on 2 tin cans and a string, so every sort of crazy shit happened on that. Not anymore with the monitored, encrypted DEF CON and Black Hat network, and a lot of hacker conferences have that encrypted network with similar security. Maybe not as good as Grifter, but still good security. What if even after you do the encrypted one, or you have to use a hotel one, or you have to use this Wi-Fi hotspot at this diner, you still feel unsafe? 3 base things you can do, which we'll go into a little bit more depth on later. 1, change your DNS on your device or your browser. Really simple to do. And then run your traffic through a recommended VPN or just Tor or use the Tor browser. You'll just be fine. We also have recommendations for configs for that browser that makes you a bit extra secure, but just do that. Change your DNS to a more encrypted DNS and use VPN or ideally Tor. You'll be just fine. That's it. That will defeat like 90% of the NSA. That is literally it. That's not a joke. Do you absolutely need a dedicated burner, phone, laptop, whatever? No, you don't, most likely not. However, if you can afford to do one, you can do them on really cheap, even though I'm not doing a full burner this year. I will next year. I'll get to that in a moment. And your threat model, or your threat model seems greater, or you just want that extra feeling of safety because, again, mental health, your feelings are valid. Again, if you think it's too good to be true, it probably is. If you feel you're unsafe, you probably are more unsafe. We have a guide to tell you where to get a physical burner and how to create one. What if you don't have a burner? Simple. Just follow that DNS VPN guide, EXIF data for pictures and video, and our security apps in our guide on your base phone. You'll just be fine. Also, actually, we'll get into that near the end. So there's another thing you can do with your phone devices that we mentioned before. That's it. What's your realistic use case for a burner phone /number? It's not, again, going to be the hoodie guy with the anonymous mask. It's not going to be the 3-layer agency spying on you. here are the 3 common use cases that I've encountered personally. 1, your phone gets stolen. We just covered pickpocketing. This happens. 2, creeps that won't leave you the fuck alone. And 3, the cops, overzealous police. If it's the police, contact other authorities. By the way, if you're getting harassed, contact the authorities ASAP or staff, especially DEFCON goons. We're going to look at that number, by the way, in a second. If it's police that are bothering you, just be quiet, request for a lawyer, don't tell them anything. Do not get out of the handcuffs or restraints. Just cooperate. I've been treated really badly by police because I'm brown, but even then, just do what they say. Okay? Tip that I also am going to add to the SIGs. If you have to give a company or a person a number because they won't leave you alone and you have to give them a number, give them the specific number. Okay? I'll turn off my stream for this. That number is going to be, and I'm going to repost the number right now in chat, but I'm going to dial it here. You're going to love this. Like, especially if you're femme or a cis woman or a trans woman or a gay guy or whatever, and there's, hey, come on, baby. Usually when you give someone a number, they'll leave you alone. Give them this number. Give them 248 434 5508. Because when they text it, it won't work. And when they try to call your number, you're going to get and so now they don't have your real number and you fucked off to a way farther place where they can't reach you. So if you have to give a number to, like, they're trying to do surveys or a vendor really insists on a fucking phone number, or even better, creep at a fucking party. Besides calling the authorities or having your friends check you out, we're going to get there when we get to SIGs and parties, just give them that number, 248-434-5580. That's 248-434-5580. I have it in the chat, have it in our guide. Just give them that number. Just write that number down or put it in your contacts. Give them that number. Go the fuck away. They're going to get rickrolled. You're in safe. Okay? Again, as we covered before, and I'm going to go back to the stream. Do you really need only cash for DEFCON? No, unless you're stupid-ass paranoid. Again, diversify your cash. Put some on a secure prepaid card. Have a mixture of cash physically on you. Have your tap pay on your phone. You're great. Perfect. Done. Here's my strategy I'm going to use because right now, because I did a bunch of other things that were important in my life, what if you don't have a burner laptop or phone? Again, just configure the phone to the phone safety stuff that we write in our guides. You're great. Your base phone. That's what I'm doing with my phone. My phone is a Samsung Galaxy 6S. I can't do it this year. I'm just going to harden it, security harden it. And next year, I'm going to have a completely different phone, probably a 7 Pro or an 8, God forbid. And that 6S is going to be completely converted to a burner phone just because that's my own personal security. I'm not just going to use it for DEFCON. I'm going to use it for Hope. I'm going to use it for New York Comic Con. That's going to be my burner phone for life, or at least for 5 years. If you don't have a burner laptop, here's what I'm doing. I'm bringing a laptop that I do normal shit on, but I don't have all my personal stuff on. And ideally, you can load other operating systems on a virtual machine. Just don't use anything else on the laptop. Load up one of the operating systems we recommend on a virtual machine. Do everything through that virtual machine. Your base hypervisor is really annoying to hack. If you have the Zen hypervisor, it's even worse to hack because that Zen is a hardened hypervisor. So if you have a Zen option for a virtual machine for a type of operating system, get that one. Or, which is what I'm doing, I'm going to get some cheap USB sticks that are at least 16 gigs, different colors. I'm putting different use case operating systems that I know I'm going to use at the convention. My computer's off. When I need the computer, plug those in, boot it from that stick. And you pull that stick out, there's nothing left. They don't know your operating system. It's just the live US that you use. And everything goes there. That's what I'm doing. It's cheap. I'm going to spend like $10 doing that. That's all. Again, if you think you need a burner, you want to do it, get a cheap laptop. We have a whole guide of how to do it. If not, you can just, on your laptop, use VMs. Harden your machine, your default machine, use VMs or use live bootable sticks, or just harden your fucking phone device. You're good. Regardless of what you do, Here's some really quick base things. By the way, again, if anyone has any questions in chat, recommendations or anything, confusions, let me know in chat. I'm really also bad because I don't have any audio, so I can't really hear if someone follows. But yeah, hang on. There we go. I think it's appropriate volume because it's on a delay, but I don't think you're going to hear it as well. Please let me know in chat. Otherwise, if you're lurking and learning, like apparently a lot of you are doing now, keep lurking and keep learning. And if you like this content, please, for free, follow, share, subscribe to our channels on Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, PeerTube, and Kick, which we're starting now. And if you follow us on Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, or Kick while we're streaming, we get little prompts to cheer you on. Or if you're on Odyssey, if you donate their Odyssey tokens to say, yay, great job, we get notifications for those, which I haven't received yet. I still want to see to make sure that does work. Same thing with Kick. But regardless, no matter what you do with a burner device or your hardening resistant device, make sure that, one, you log into all your accounts beforehand. Do not log out and re-log in or log into an account at the hacker convention or whatever convention you're going to that's on the Wi-Fi, even if it's secure. That's just a bad idea. Because even without that, people can shoulder surf. Burner or not, make sure your device is turned off for airplane mode when not in use. Or if you're super paranoid, just throw it in the Faraday cage. These devices not only good for just hacker cons, but public conventions and day-to-day life in general. And finally, what we said about the networks is only good for DEFCON and Black Hat. We can't speak for other conventions like B-Sides Las Vegas, Blue Team, Con should not be Village, Chaos Computer Congress, Diana Initiative, etc. But we're pretty sure their networks are good. Just ask for the encrypted one, harden your stuff, or use burner stuff, connect. You should be good. It's just that for Black Hat and DEFCON, we know it's Grifter and his amazing team. That's what we're saying. So let's get into what you can do. And first off, right on the bat, you're at a con, everyone's going to be social mediaing. Ask permission if you can take pictures or videos. In a lot of places, they will also let you know sections of where you can't and can take pictures or videos at your con. Regardless, when you do take them, a good idea is to eliminate EXIF data. What the fuck is EXIF data? EXIF, EXIF stands for Exchangeable Information File. When you take a photo, it's immediately going to encode, even if you have it turned off, the GPS information and other things about your device on the image, so people can know what hardware and software used to take that picture and where you were located when pictures are taken. It's really easy for people to track you and stuff when you do it. So when you're tweeting out those pictures at DEFCON or Diana Initiative, someone might be following where you're going at the con, even if they're not doing reconnaissance where you are in the photo. Like you could be like standing in the corner of a random part of a hotel with no signage. They'll pull that data out, find out where you are. Same thing when you fly back home and stuff. So here's some ways you can remove EXIF data. There's a really good program called MAC2. I'm going to post it in chat. It works on your desktop. It works on Windows, Mac, and Linux. Load it through there. Great. It'll scrub all that. There's also, if you're a crazy person or you're using an operating system that's just command line, I'm not sharing the link, but it's exiftool.org. They have a command line version that will remove it. I forgot to put this in here. It's one of the things I want to add. If you edit photos before you send them, get Glimpse, because when you export the photo, it's going to ask if you want to include the EXIF data and other data types, and you can just click them off. And when you save that one or export that one, it won't have the EXIF data in there. I have to add that. I forgot about that. If you have an Android phone, there is EXIF Eraser. You can either send a photo directly to it or load one in that app itself. It makes a dedicated photo for images that's sanitized, and those sanitized images have no EXIF data and other tracking data. If you are on, if you edit stuff through your Android, there's also Image Pipe, which will, once you save images that you edit, like when you crop out stuff on your phone or blur stuff, it will automatically remove the metadata on the phone. And if you are on iOS, which is the more least secure, but we do know a lot of people bring their iOS devices, especially since there's a lot of Mac hackers, there is a app on iOS called Metafo that's on iOS that will remove that data in the same way that EXIF Eraser does for Android. Okay? Burner phones. We have a whole videos on what's a burner phone, how to get a private phone number, and your SIM cards and all of that. What you would want to do for a fully complete burner phone is you'd want to get a prepaid SIM card because you're not using it all the time, so it's a pay-as-you-go or pay the month you use it sort of thing. And you want to get a unlocked base phone that can take that SIM card. If you want here's some good guides to down here for the type of SIM card, especially if you're traveling. We have 2 guides. I'm going to share one of them. If you want to be extra secure, there's 2 good companies that you can use. The first one is Silent Link, where you can actually not only get a sanitized SIM card that works on any unlocked phone, and they have their own service. You can add your prepaid service, but they also have, I'll scroll down a bit more to get the other company. They also have, you can also pay for it in Bitcoin or Monero, so you can be completely anonymous. You can send it to a PO box, get that. Another company which we'll be referencing a lot is Purism. I don't really like a lot of their stuff, but their hardware is usually really solid, if a bit pricey. They also have their own sanitized anonymous SIM card service. And if you want a throwaway prepaid phone, I also just posted in chat and I have in the guide of just good guide for just generic prepaid phones, both smartphones and dumb phones. Our recommendation, though, for a good prepaid phone is the same reason why I got the 6A. Google Pixel, if you can get them unlocked and get 3s and above for really cheap, even the recent 5s and 6 nows you can get for very cheap, especially the A's, are really good. Even if you use the default operating system on the unlocked Pixel 6, the Titan security chips are really good, and they support verified boot, and they constantly are good with updates. One of the few things you can talk good about with the Google is the Pixel series of phones. Lastly, starting with the Pixel 6 and Pixel 6a and Pro, when you get a Pixel device 6 and above, which is 6 and 7 for now, 8 if you're in next year probably, they support that device for a minimum of 5 years guaranteed. So you can have that burner phone for 5 years and it will still be getting security updates, even if you use a different operating system that's based off of an Android. They will still do updates for it. So if you want a comprehensive base smartphone that works like any other smartphone that you can make into a burner phone, get a Pixel. If you need something really cheap, get a 3 through 5. If you get a 6 and above, it's even more secure because not only is it more modern, but it's a minimum support of 5 years for security. So there you go. And you can get at the official Google store. You can also get older ones on blackmarket.com and newer used unlock ones at swappa.com, which I'm going to share the link of that to right now. If you're a little bit more pricey, you can get the Liberty phone, which is expensive, but it has a lot of also physical security hardware. It's like you can hardware-wise turn off the GPS and the antenna and a bunch of other stuff. And if you also want another good mid-range phone that has stock Android, which is also really good security, that Google updates but is not part of like core Google, so you're not getting the bloat, and you want something cool that's a good mid-range phone with good specs, the Nothing Company just made their new Nothing Phone 2 and even their Nothing Phone 1. Really good idea. Burner equipment recommendations. If you have a ton of money, Librem sells good security laptops. There's also another good laptop that I need to put in here that I can't remember. I'm going to put that in later today or tomorrow. If you need like a mini computer, they also sell the Librem Mini. Technonic sells a ton of laptops that have Linux built into them at cheap prices, and they also send to Europe. Pine Company makes the most inexpensive Linux optimized stuff. So the Pinebook Pro for a laptop, excellent choice. I'm going to share that link in here. They also make a ton of other devices for like the couple hundreds range and lower, unlike the Librems, which are like in the thousands. I think Librem, by the way, is the only company that makes privacy-oriented server blades. So if you're crazy and you're bringing an entire server blade to DEFCON or Black Hat, and you probably have the money because you have a fucking server blade, go get Librem. But Pine also sells a open source watch. They sell tablets. They sell the equivalent to like Nooks, like what's that thing called? It's like those e-readers. And Manjaro also sells their own Linux hardware that's already has Manjaro installed on it. They're already pre-configured for Linux, so if you even want to write for a different Linux distro, so all great sources if you want to make a dedicated burner hardware. Now, for your phone, we're going to go immediately to the extreme and say if you want max security probably on your phone, and honestly, max security should probably just be the default operating system or like pure Android. But if you want, you can change the entire operating system. Now, two hardened ones, because we don't recommend Calyx anymore because they're behind on a lot of stuff. One, despite all their controversy, because that staff can't get it together, is Graphene OS. They do a ton of different stuff, and we're not going to go through it because otherwise you'd be here forever. It's like a super hardened stock Android that they've made. Really good, especially and they're really optimally designed, and they only work on pixels. There's also a bunch of stuff you can do after you install Graphene OS that will even harden it even further than default. If you are an open source nut and you want something that's similar to Graphene that's also hardened but completely, truly like GNU, annoying FSFO open source, the OS is also a great choice, and the store that you get on it is only open source Libre software. Just putting that out there. I will also say again that similar to Pixel, if you don't want to do a custom one, but you want to install a new operating system or to de-Googlify your phone, just do stock Android that doesn't have Google in it. That will also work, and you'll still get the same updates. Now, there's something that I want to add back in here that I'm probably going to eventually do, but if you want a phone that has more offensive capabilities, you have two options, and they both come from the same thing. Kali has a version of Linux called Kali NetHunter. It basically overlays on current Android, and it has a ton of tools and stuff built in that is pro hacking stuff. I can actually load up one of these here because I have one of these. It has its own, I'm just going to load up the Android one, but it also has a root one in Kali, like a really comprehensive Linux shell that's compatible with Android on here. It has a ton of tools that you would normally find on default Kali Linux that have GUI stuff. And if you can't run it, you can also just run Kali on a bunch of tablets on other devices. If you don't have any of these, and you just want apps that you can use on whatever Android you're using, Graphene OS, the default for Pixel, whatever, you can also just download the app store that Kali has and just get both the store and the programs individually. You can get it directly through, which I'll get into in a moment. Any form of what is that called? F-Droid. And I'll show you the store right now. Here it is on my phone. And so that's where I got that shell prompt. And they have a bunch of other things, like they have C-Sploit on here. Actually, let me go to full face mode. What the fuck am I doing? So yeah, you can see my phone better. So they have C-Sploit on here. They have open source IDDP client, a Spice client on here. They have a IOSO IMG Fire booter in the store, a dedicated hacker keyboard, an Interceptor NG app. Like, they have a ton of security programs. So even if you're not loading NetHunter, but you want like some of the security apps that NetHunter has, you can just download the store, and that will work out for you. Like Graphene plus the NetHunter app store, perfect. All right, let's go back to desktop mode. We are over halfway covering Vegas and burner stuff. Regardless of that, there's a bunch of stuff you can do with Android, system hardening. I'm not going to go through that because, again, I'm just going to assume you guys are good hackers. You probably already have a bunch of the stuff. But I do have there's going to be a lot of videos from TechLore in this. I have 2 guides about hardening phone. I definitely recommend TechLore's, as I have some like cheat sheets that show like this type of security hardening stuff. Once you harden your phone, 2 things I recommend, even if you're using stock Android. One, gain access to F-Droid, but instead of getting the base F-Droid client, which has a bunch of open source software stuff, and where you don't have to use the Play Store, including some unique stuff that you can't find on the Play Store. I recommend NeoStore. It's a more comprehensive, so because basically F-Droid itself is really basic and doesn't do like proper updating and stuff. NeoStore is basically F-Droid that behaves a lot more in terms of features like the Play Store does on Google. So it will actively, in the background, if you permission it, update apps that you download in the background, things like that. Once you get access to F-Droid, my other recommendation, because there's a ton of stuff on F-Droid that you won't be able to get that's just stuck on the Play Store, get the Aurora Store from F-Droid. What it does is allows you to access the Play Store, but it will generate a fake profile every time you do. So you can just download stuff off the App Store, yet Google and other third parties won't know what you downloaded because basically it makes a free burner account every single time you log into the store through there. Experimentally, if you're super concerned about, FSF, GNU, Fleet FOSS stuff, there's a store called a Crescent. You can get on your phone. There's not very many apps on there, but certain things like certain VPNs and stuff, they do have on there that's completely FOSS-oriented. So just throwing that out there. Now, mobile phone browsers. So privacytools.io has an entire guide about mobile phone browsers. I definitely recommend what to do. Now, you could get, and I still kind of recommend this, Firefox, and then do the desktop hardening for it. But you can also just get the Brave browser. I know I don't normally talk a lot of high praise about Brave browser, but it is a good option if you just want free stuff built in that's Chromium compatible. It also can do things like Tor without using, even though I still recommend the Tor browser, but if you need not the Tor browser but need to use it in a normal browser, Brave can do it. It also allows you to do crypto if you need it in that. And then you just do all the settings that you want to do. Perfectly fine. If you're on iOS, so you can take Safari both on iOS and Mac OS, and you can harden it. We have an entire guide doing that there. So that's why I recommend. If you want something Firefox, though, and I'm shocked it's not on there, I recommend Firefox Focus. It is a sanitized version of Firefox that forgets everything you've done with. Not only is it non-tracking by default, it forgets everything you've done on it when you close it. So when you open it back up, there's no cookies or anything. It doesn't even accept cookies, by the way. It just, I don't know this person, I plead the fifth. That's what this does, and it's all Firefox. You can either get it through Firefox themselves, or you can get it through the F-Droid store, through NeoStore. Here's a bunch of really good apps to just have that will harden your security. Anti-tracking. If you're super paranoid about stuff in person, you can, both Snowden recommended, there's a physical thing you can do, which we'll bring up later on, and there's also the Haven app, which you can configure your phone for a certain sound, light, or key phrase passage, and it'll just start recording whatever happens. So you can leave a device in your room with Haven, and if someone breaks in, it'll turn on and start recording. A couple of privacy-oriented apps. You can use Shelter to block third-party tracking apps from any of the apps on your phone. NetGuard does a very similar thing, except it's more comprehensive. If you want to monitor your apps, the Attentis Station will do so on Android, and Jumbo for both iOS and Android will constantly monitor your devices and recommend sanitary practices in order to have a good, secure account. Cameras. Your normal camera has a lot of EXIF data by default. Someone has made a fork of the camera that's in Graphene OS, so even if you don't download Graphene OS, you can get it. I have it on my phone in my privacy section, and it looks a hell of a lot just like the normal camera you have on Google, except there's less features, it's more streamlined, but you don't have the EXIF data and all the bloat and stuff, so it's great to have. If you're super paranoid, there's a really good app called CryptoCamp. I'll put the link of that in chat. And what it does is you have to make an account on your computer. There's a separate app for your computer on, I believe, Windows and Mac. I'm not sure about Linux. And then you can sync your app to that app on your device. And what it will do is you can record videos And even if someone compromises your device, and again, you don't need CryptoCam. This is in case you're like, fuck, I'm super paranoid. It will encrypt the video as it's recording. So even if they get access to your videos, they will not be able to decode it. You need the app on your desktop in order to decode those videos. So if you want to be extra super insane, crazy about recording videos, CryptoCam is a great idea. We also have a sanitized PDF viewer. Image editing. When you take photos, even if you remove the EXIF data, you want to blur people out of the photos. Privacy Blur is a great app. Again, you can use ImagePipe to crop them out. And if you want to paint them out, there's a great Painters app for Android that you can use. They have all in our guide. Wireless surveillance, because we're going to get into why you need wireless surveillance. The Uni probe is a godsend. Basically, when you connect to a router, it will tell you data about that router, and it'll give it a ranking of how secure or unsecure it is. It's really great. And any place, especially at a hacker convention, especially in Vegas, Scanner Radio will give public access to different police, fire department, in EMT, and emergency services radios. So it will give you alerts when a lot of people are listening in, including why they're listening in, such as if there's a shooting or a flood or a fire. And then you can tune in that radio and listen to the police and emergency chatter and EMS chatter on the fly. Great stuff to have. I think basically just having UniProbe and Scanner Radio base level on your Android device or iOS device, great. If you want to get a bit more advanced than that, M2 Catalyst has a cell info, so when you connect to a cell, it'll give you even more information than what UniProbe has. So when you connect to a cell tower, it'll give you all the information on that, and if you know what you're looking for, you can tell if it's real or not. And if you're just curious about all the towers in your area, Tower Collector, you can get on GitHub or through the F-Droid store, really great. Phone numbers. So in addition to having a burner phone SIM card and stuff, two things you can do. Burnerapp.com makes virtual phone numbers that you can use. So in addition, if you don't have a custom prepaid SIM card and you're using your default phone like mine, or you want to add extra security and just constantly randomly generate numbers for people, it's a paid service, but there's a 7-day free trial. Burnerapp.com is a great place to get burner numbers that doesn't have ads and stuff. And a really cool app that I absolutely love for both shoulder surfing as well as people hacking your phone. You don't need this, but I think it's a great thing. Is Billy Dirich made this amazing app for Android called Fake Contacts. And what it does is it does a thing called data poisoning. So you won't see it when you bring up your contacts, but in the background, it's going to create duplicate contacts of names and numbers that don't mean shit and don't go anywhere. So when a virtual adversary looks into your phone, your normal contacts are mixed with a bunch of fake contacts, and it won't know whose is what. And that's just a great thing. I love it. Password managers are important. I think down below we have recommended KeePass XC, which is an open source local password manager. Bitwarden's good if you want to sync to cloud, but especially because of the internet access at conventions and stuff, I prefer everything local. KeePass, you have a master password, you put that in, it has all your usernames, passwords. You can also add security tokens. Very good if you're on Android. KeePass DX, and I have it on my phone. I'll actually load it up right now. KeePass DX, right here, works the same way as the desktop one. Really good. You move your KeePass file over, and it's great. If you need something for iOS and macOS with the same thing, Strongbox works exactly the way KeePass does. Really good, really comprehensive right there. Also has a test flight version. With email privacy, I recommend just to companies and people will be asking for your emails and then they'll spam you with shit. Simple Login is a great resource. I have it right here on my desktop. And you have it on desktop or in browser. And when you click on it, you can generate a random email account, and it forwards to whatever email account you tell it to. And if that email account if that thing you sign up for starts spamming the email that you gave them through Simple Login, you can hit delete, and it will delete that email account. And now that way they don't know your real email account, keep spamming it or doing recon on it. Two-factor authentication, if you haven't added to your apps, do so before DEFCON. Good recommendations for them. Aegis is a great open source hardened one for Android. And Ravio OTP is a really good one for iOS. I definitely recommend those. Find out all of your services you use online or apps. If they have 2FA, they're probably going to use one of these authenticators. Get one. And lastly, but not least, and I often debate if I should have put this in the health section instead. If you're in America, especially if you're visiting Vegas, the Roe v. Wade overturning, really terrible. And it doesn't help that even before the Roe v. Wade turnover, a lot of your like health apps track you, as we established before. So if you have a uterus, you don't want to be tracked. There's two apps. There's the appropriately named Drip and Yuki. They're period tracking apps and health tracking apps for people who have uteruses. And they have a really good, transparent, they're security hardened, they're open source, and they have a really good policy of not sharing data with third parties, particularly for government stuff. So that way, if you're in a place that doesn't uphold the Roe v. Wade thing like New Jersey and New York has, that they're going to send you over to the gulag just for having a uterus. So great thing to have. All right, we're almost done with the hardening stuff and or burners. Now, that's good for phones. What about your laptop? I have hardening guides. I have a video guide by TechLore, and I have a shit ton of guides. I'm probably going to stream to midnight at this point. Hopefully they won't kick me out. I have a bunch of text guides on how to harden Linux. Things to look out for. I have some programs you can run on any operating system that will shred your data or encrypt your data. It's great. Now, let's say you're making a burner, you're spinning up a VM or a stick like I am. What if you just want something that's easy to use, you just need to know base Linux, and it just has really good security? If you're a super beginner, don't know what you're doing, maybe you have some Linux experience, maybe you want to learn, just get Fedora. Just get the latest version of Fedora. They're really good with security stuff. I'm not going to get into details, but they're very good about it. They're really base hardened, really good stuff. If you're more advanced and you're crazy and like you want to build something from scratch, but you don't want something completely custom, I use Arch, by the way. As the saying goes, Arch Linux is also great for advanced users, and I have 2 video guides and a text guide on after you do your base install of Arch, 10 things you can do to harden Arch even more to prepare for a HackerCon. Now, that's just general stuff. What if you want a really good defensive operating system, something that is like hardened right out of the gate? The highly recommended one that's only for burners, you can't run it on a stick, and it's nearly impossible to run on a VM, is CubesOS. It takes up a lot of resources and CPU and memory bandwidth. And the reason why for that is because Cubes is literally Who's gone crazy. Every single thing you do in Cubes is a VM. You open up your calendar, it's in a VM. You open up a text file, it's in a VM. You open up another text file, it's in a separate VM. Everything you do is compartmentalized, and the whole hypervisor system is the most hardened version of Zen on the planet. You do that on a competent laptop that's your dedicated burner, nothing's fucking getting into that. Let's say you don't have that. Well, another good option that's defense right out of the box is OpenSUSE Tumbleweed. Tumbleweed is a version that has all of its security stuff up to date, and they've also done a bunch of stuff behind the scenes with the operating system for security. And what's unique about OpenSUSE is that it's both good not only for desktop, but also for network managing. So it has a lot of network managing tools that might be useful for like base CTFs or like troubleshooting devices. If you want something completely immutable, meaning that there's a lot of features locked down, so it's kind of like the Windows versions of Linux, but it's still completely usable and you don't want to do much in the terminal and you're very visually oriented and it's super locked down and hardened, Fedora has a version called Silverblue that's immutable. Again, everything's locked down on it. Use it straight out of the box, really easy to use, perfect defense. If you are a journalist and you want something that's disposable and is specifically designed for stick, which means you pull it out, it's encrypted and or it doesn't remember anything, Tails OS is great, pumps everything through Tor, most of the operating system's locked down. It is fucking awesome. Now, we're going to skip this section, but if you want something that has not only defensive lockdown in terms of its kernel, but also has great blue teaming tools. Kali recently released a version of Kali called Kali Purple. We're going to get into that in like 10 minutes from now. If you are a GNU head and you really need something super sanitized open source, there's a bunch of distros. Our recommendation, unfortunately, for like a security hardened focused one, hold on, that is the wrong link. I'm actually going to have to click on it in order to get it. It's Pure OS. It's made by the Librem people. It's not the most hardened lockdown thing, but it has a lot of base security out of the box, both in its kernel and its applications. It's also up to date, and it's also extremely modernized. So, like, it's more modern Linux, it's more Ubuntu and Fedora than Slackware. So let me copy the link to that, and I'll put that one in chat as well. This is always the longest part of the guides, believe it or not. When we get to the cons, we're like skimming through stuff, so that's where it gets really quick. But this is like really important shit. If you don't want to use Linux, OpenBSD is really good security out of the box. If you more prefer FreeBSD, there's a hardened version of FreeBSD, appropriately called HardenedBSD. Go download that. Offensive, now that's all defensive stuff. We're going to skip the offensive operating systems where it's more of like when you're in CTFs or you're doing contests and you need to pwn boxes, because that's in a completely separate section. We'll go into that later, so we're skipping that. Other operating systems in the systems, this one will be very quick. Again, if you bring Apple, I already recommend a bunch of apps for Mac OS and particularly iOS, but we have a video hardening guide that will harden your Mac OS. Same thing with iOS for added security. We have if it will load, there's probably the most amount of videos in this guide. iOS also has a very useful thing called lockdown mode. Now, warning, all of your traffic is still going to be read by Apple, but they actually do have a better overall security track record than most. So there's great tutorial on how to do lockdown mode and what that entails. If you have an Apple Watch, there's an app and a setting you can get so that it blurs out things when you don't want to, only when you activate and look at it. Apple Pay will be your godsend if you're an Apple fanatic for paying stuff, both the physical card and especially the app, because they have very good security. And if you somehow your Apple Pay gets pwned, both in terms of customer support and creating a new digital card, super easy to do. And also, which we'll get into, there's also a way to do your Mac in order to make it more of an offensive platform, like the way Kali Linux is. There's also an amazing fucking website run by, and they're going to have a couple of talks at DEFCON and Black Hat. The Objective-C people, Apple hates these fucking people. They have a two-pronged thing. They're all about security and hacking stuff on Mac. Very good stuff. They have their own conference, and they also have a ton of talks at Black Hat and DEFCON, which we'll go over. Not only do they look at malware, but they also make tools that are dedicated for Mac for security. So this is just a general link for tools, but for example, they have Lulu, a great firewall for Mac. Do Not Disturb, which prevents evil maids, people plugging USB stuff. It will block that. Rekey intercepts people trying to read your keystrokes on your keyboard, great for a hacker conference. Ransomware encrypts all your files and monitors your system for ransomware. Just look at these. If you're on Apple, go to objective-c.org/tools.html. Put the link in there. It's also in our guide. Great thing. And we also have a guide where you can also open Safari on your iOS or Mac and configure it, or your iPad, to be more protected. Okay. I've had a lot of people say that they actually really like their Chromebooks. Chromebooks are actually a solid device. You can wipe the operating system, put a completely different hardened one on it, like we recommend above. However, if you still want to use Chrome, or if you want to do that refresh, you're going to have to enable Linux on your Chromebook. We have guides on how to do that. And last but not least, there's some really cool things you can do with Raspberry Pis. You can make crazy cyber decks. There is some recommendations on crazy things you can do with Raspberry Pis for hacking stuff, such as making Kali Linux Hacking Lab, a USB key sanitizer, your own honeypot for recon, your own VPN, your own travel router. There's a ton of stuff you can do. And also, there's an independent app store that will preload a bunch of security and utility stuff for Raspberry Pis at pi-apps.io. And lastly, there is going to be a virtual reality village this year. We're going to get to it when we get to it. So there's probably going to be a lot of people bringing virtual reality headsets. Maybe you want to bring some too. There's not that much security stuff you can do, but there's still stuff you can harden it. First thing, install a VPN on it, especially if you have a MetaQuest, formerly known as Oculus. You can install a VPN on most of these. There's guides of how to use it, and you can also look at a VPN section to look at what type of VPN. This year, there's also going to be DEFCON groups in VR as well. So they have their own terms of service page of the platform that they're using. And finally, if especially you're using VR through a web browser in the VR headset, or you want something that's more secure than the default web browser, there are Mozilla employees that have continued on the discontinued Firefox VR and have hardened it and made it more user-friendly than before, and it's called Wolveric. And so if you're doing stuff in VR, definitely download Wolveric and use it because it has a lot of security hardened and quality of life features built in that your default web browser does not have, I guarantee it. Regardless of if you use a burner, if you're augmenting your phone, you're doing the minimum amount of these or doing the max amount of these, ideas you should probably do. One, update your, also, like we said before, make sure you log into all your shit before you go to the con. Hold on 1 second, just want to check on the break here. All right, we're going to go the lightning round through this, which is good because we're actually almost done with all this stuff. Here we go. Make sure you update your devices to all their latest versions. I already talked about the USB condoms. Definitely do that. Warning about cell towers. On the left is the cell towers that someone recorded like 2 days before DEFCON. So these are the actual cell towers on the strip. On the right are all the cell towers they recorded day one of DEFCON. You'll notice there's a lot more because these are all fake ones virtually and hardware-wise in real life that are probably capturing data. So just be aware of that. If you possibly can, if you're super paranoid, you can bring your own little mobile hotspot device. Again, use VPN or Tor. Good idea. Speaking of that, web browser stuff. Tor browser, great default. Load up Tor browser. It's on every Windows, Mac, Linux, and on Android, along with the Onion, what is it called? Along with Orbot, which will allow you to interface it. If you have iOS, the Onion browser works the same way as Tor browser, even though it's not from Tor browser itself. You can also add a switch for Tor on Firefox or default Chrome. There's also a Tor option in Brave. We're going to get to Brave in a second. Good idea. There's also an extension for Tor, just in case you're web browsing on Tor in general. There's a list from a search engine that keeps a log of all of the super skeevy stuff, because I don't want to get like kicked off the internet right now, of abuse stuff. And what do you call it? My brain just died. It's a good thing to have because it's just like a safety net. So if you go on like the weirdest part of Tor and it's like super bad, like CP and stuff, it will instantly block from that. A good alternative to Tor browser, if you don't want to use Tor but still have the same security, Mullvad made their own browser. Even if you don't use the Mullvad VPN, has a lot of the hardening stuff built in, is great. And if you have an Android phone, LokiNet will not only allow you to generally browse the web, but also allow you to access IPFS stuff. Another alternative is I2P. They've made it easier over time. While it does basic routing stuff for internet, there's not a lot of people who use deep sites, but I still put it in there just in case, you know. Oh, sorry. That's Tor browser does the IPS. LokiNet is a decentralized encrypted browser that uses blockchain stuff. Also really cool. So those are some good alternatives. Base operating systems, again, you can take Firefox, do a ton of hardening in here, dialist. You have it good. It also does DNS encrypted, which you can configure. If you want to be even more secure, there's ArchenFox, which you can just drag and drop into the folder. It'll do all the hardening. Or you can load up LibreWolf, which has all that hardening built into it. Mullvad browser does the same thing with Tor browser. If you need a Chromium-based browser, again, you have Tor browser. You do a bunch of hardening stuff. If you don't want to use Brave, there's also ungoogled Chrome, which is literally the Chromium browser with all of the Google stuff completely stripped from it. I also just want to give an alert because we're trying to wrap up on time here. We're not going to, unfortunately, do our tradition of watching the DEFCON documentary, so I apologize for that. But we are going to get through all these guides really quick, and if you're on Twitch, we're going to go raid someone. Kick, we're going to host something. YouTube, it's going to go to a really cool CTF video. We're going to get into that. If you don't want to use any of those browsers, there's a browser called Min Browser, which not only has really good security on it, and has anti-tracking functions, but it's also super minimum. So if you like minimalism and you're easily distracted, great browser to use. Here's also a bunch of extensions you can add to your Firefox or Chromium-based browser. uBlock, base grade level. Terms of service is an optional thing. This is for more signing up for accounts, but you're not going to be doing that, but just add there in case. If you don't want to dig through privacy settings, there's literally an extension called privacy settings that will allow you to edit your privacy settings, including preset modes, including max secure on the fly. Agent switcher is a good idea. It's kind of like a VPN in a VPN. It disguises your browser to make it think it's different dimensions, operating system, and stuff than what it thinks it is. So if you're using that plus a VPN or Tor, great. Bypass firewall is another arbitrary thing. Email spam, again, you can use Iman Addy or Simple Add-in. Mailvelope also does PGP and GPG security. And then there's a bunch of stuff you can use for in-browser hacker tools, such as the OWASP pen testing kit, Recon, the hack bars, things like that that will make things more offensive. Wrapping up, more messaging platforms, very important. Don't use default SMS if you can, because that is just blown wide open. Use Signal because that also uses SMN and it filters stuff through there. If you don't want to use Signal or you're upset with it, there's an open source that takes version of it that takes all the bullshit out that I use called Molly. Great thing to use. Another base awesome thing that you can use is, and there's also, by the way, hardening that you can also do on Signal. I will also add that in the chat. Sessions. This is a decentralized one made by the same people that did the low-key net that I mentioned earlier. Blockchain-based, really good privacy stuff. If you know people or you're going with a group that is going to use Session, Session is great. SimpleX is also a similar one that's really good. Plus, it doesn't have usernames. It uses entirely QR codes and invite links in order to talk to stuff. So that's very great. Great beginner stuff to use. Again, Signal or Molly. Great basics thing. If you want something a little bit more special but beginner-friendly, Sessions or Simple Chat. If you want something a little bit more advanced, you can use Delta Chat. Delta Chat is really flexible because not only can you configure it to use encryption and peer-to-peer connection, but it uses your email as your account service, so that's really cool. Some of these conventions also uses dot matrices, and a common good security privacy one and open source one is Element, so that's a good thing to use. And if you want something really advanced, if you're really paranoid, base one that I go to that I have on my phone, Briar. Briar not only sends everything through goddamn Tor, which Sessions does, it's not only completely decentralized, open source, crazy stuff only on Android, but it also can work directly either through Wi-Fi or through your actual peer-to-peer radio signal jumping between phones. So if you have one phone Briar, another phone Briar, you can directly communicate without connecting to a Wi-Fi connection or SIM. It's great for activists, really good if you're a paranoid hacker anywhere. You can also use a hardened XMPP, a hardened through Tor version of IRC, and we have little guides for that too. VPNs, not as good as Tor, but a good thing to generally have. Some beginner ones are RiseUp and Calyx VPN. Great for beginners. It's a one-button click and you're connected. More intermediate stuff, I personally use Proton VPN a lot. They have a really good track record for things. If you want to pay for a really good track record, Mullvad VPN, really good service. They also make the Mullvad browser. So if you want to pay like $5 a month, great things. Proton Mail has more advanced things for paid. More advanced stuff, on Android, if you have Orbot, you can send everything through Tor. Another good alternative is IPVN, which is also on that Crescent app. Super open source and has a shit ton of options that most people don't care about, where you can really customize your VPN experience. You can also just build your own VPN, which we have guides for in here. DNS stuff. I'm just going to link to the general DNS overview guides. We have recommendations, we have a list of terms, we have recommendations of how to do it through Android, iOS, and Linux, and as well as like different DNSs that you can replace. So that way it's all trafficked through different stuff. There's also apps for DNS proxies, both in your OS of choice, Android and iOS. So now that was all the security hardening stuff. Again, you don't have to do everything on that, but like harden your Android or iOS. If you need to do a burner, we have guides for that. Use Tor, use a VPN, change your DNS. You're great. Okay, cool, we're good. Some things about flying. Again, make sure to pre-charge and log in all of your devices before you get where you need to go. Get to your flight on time. I'm going to struggle with that myself. Please do not bring drugs, weapons, explosives, or any scary stuff on the plane. We also have tips about like easy to get through the TSAs, including the TSA lock stuff. Make sure that all your essential items and valuables are on your carry-on or in your pockets, because occasionally airlines lose luggage. There's a fun trick, by the way, where you can prevent losing your luggage by, if you have a firearm and you want to bring it with you, if you get a giant case-approved airport case for a firearm and then put all of your really expensive valuables in that, they are basically guaranteed to almost never lose it, because they don't want to lose the firearm because it makes them look really bad. So there's a whole thing on that. And also bring entertainment. Bring your 2600 magazine. Love Mr. Robot Season 3. Check out the season premiere first episode that I'm in. Turning Cathedral by George Dyson. Great read. Bring your Nintendo Switch. Watch some of the talks from previous cons. Great. Okay. What to do when you get to your con, your hotel room. Secure all your devices in your room. If you're super paranoid, look for any radio and like tracking devices. We have a whole guide for that in here. Get any local food or stuff you couldn't bring with you or mail to you or whatever. Reestablish your contacts with your message devices, with your burners, with the people in person, because those are the people that are going to be looking at your back in parties. What else? Some stuff to just secure your hotel door just in case. Do recon, physically walk around the area. Again, the printout guides. We have a bunch of activity guides, for particularly in Las Vegas. In this section, we also have them in other sections for the other cons. Things to do in Las Vegas. We're going to talk about cannabis in a bit. Vegan places, kosher places, halal places. If you're autistic or have mental issues where you're essentially deprived, hearing problems, LGBTQ, if you're a sex worker, we have emergency stuff. We also have this repeated in the parties guide, all the emergency numbers, poison control for Vegas, all of that right here. And then, as someone mentioned before, the 5-2-1 rule, 5 hours of sleep minimum, because honestly 3 hours of sleep is still too not good. At least 2 full meals with actual nutrition. Like, don't just get like a bad slice of pizza or something, or McDonald's fries. Actual nutrition. 2 full meals with that. And please shower every fucking day. Please. Thing about weed I want to mention before we continue on, because this next part we're going to breeze by in literally 20 minutes, roughly. Yes, marijuana is legal in Nevada. Here's the problem with it. Most hotels are super unfriendly with it. There's one hotel that I'm going to put in our guide that I can't remember off the top of my head that is supposedly weed friendly, but most hotels, and especially the casinos, are not weed friendly indoors or even on site, because they have to follow federal rules where it's still illegal federally and not state rules. So if you're just outside on the road probably smoking weed, like legal cannabis, you'll be doing good. If you don't do it at Caesars, don't do it at the Link Q, you'll get in trouble for that. Not even because the casinos really care personally, just because they have to follow federal rules in which it is illegal, unfortunately, in the United States. Now, if you go to another country, you have to follow their laws. Just keep a note of that, okay? All right, now that we've gone through everything with Vegas and surviving cons, let's breeze through everything else. Second guide, capture the flag. There's a ton of capture the flag competitions. There's going to be the big one at DEFCON. We're going to be adding even more as time goes on. In fact, I'm going to be adding even more tomorrow. God, please, I hope this loads properly. Please fucking load properly. Please, 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 please. There we go. So there's a ton of CTFs that are at the con. I have a little thing about what is a CTF. Basically, it's capture the flag. Most of them are Jeopardy-oriented, which means you sign up as a person in a team. You do many things where there's a flag embedded in the code or something. You do that, you score points. Some, like the main DEFCON ones, are attack and defense, where you have your own virtual box and you have to defend it while hacking into other virtual boxes in real time. Those are the more advanced, fun runs. Quick things about offensive OS platforms. Kali, enough said. Everyone knows what Kali Linux is. You know, it's a base thing, but what's crazy about Kali is how adaptable it is. So you can just load on a stick, load on a VM, load it as your main desktop, doesn't matter. If you have Windows, you can also load it as a Windows subsystem. I have that as a Windows subsystem myself. You can also, again, like I said with NetHunter, load it on Android or mobile devices. And recently, as I'm going to get a little bit, they also recently made a version of Kali called Kali Purple, which is more designed for blue teaming. It is a hardened kernel as opposed to the glass cannon kernel that normal Kali has. And it has a lot of like recon and other things to help with your blue teaming. It has stuff that normal Kali doesn't have, that monitor networks better, that sandbox is better, that honeypot's better. Things like that for blue teaming. An alternate to this, which is what I personally use, is Parrot OS. It's the direct rival for Kali. You can also run it on a stick. You can run it in the cloud. It's also more compatible with things like Hack in the Box and stuff. You can run on a bunch of ARM devices, 32-bit devices, things like that. Also a great choice. If you like Fedora-based platforms, you have two options: Security Lab directly by the Fedora project, or Network Security Toolkit, which is entirely based on Fedora. If you are crazy and you love Gentoo Linux for some reason, there's a security version called Pentoo Linux, also a great option. If you use Arch, by the way, Black Arch and the recently used Athena OS is great. You can overlay them on existing Arch or download them as is. Athena is a bit more complex because it actually absorbs stuff from Black Arch and adds more stuff on top of it, including compatibility with Hack the Box and stuff. You can also run Athena, unlike Black Arch, in a Docker or as a Windows subsystem version like Kali does, so that's great. If you're just stuck with Windows and you need a quick thing but you don't want to do VMs, Pentext Box is its own independent VM that has all the comprehensive stuff, including Metasploit, that you can use. Again, with Apple, we have an entire guide where you can harden Apple to have these sort of Kali tools for you to use. And if you like BSD, there's a version of the OpenBSD that's called SecBSD. That's basically OpenBSD that's even more hardened, that has a lot of offensive tools that are similar to Kali but run in the BSD environment. So that's a great thing there. There's also going to be a lot of hardware reverse engineering stuff, particularly at DEFCON and CCC. Our recommendation for those is Kaizen Linux, which does a lot of hardware stuff. Phoenix tests a lot of different compatibility layers and stuff. And RescueZilla is literally can rescue a damaged device, and it's really good for like disk cloning and things like that. We also have a bunch of recommended hacker stuff that, tools that you can use both in browser and on whatever platform that you're using, even if you're using a defensive platform. And we also have actual guides for learning hacking stuff. So you can learn how to do CTFs, you can learn general security, blue teaming, Metasploit, recon, privilege escalation, shell deployment, things like that. And we also have a ton of CTFs that are going on. Some highlights I want to mention here is the Hack-a-Sat, which this year they actually launched a real satellite. So it's not just simulated. You're actually hacking a real satellite in space. So that's going to be a whole thing. There's 5 teams competing for that. The Blacks in Cybersecurity is having a big CTF this year. As I mentioned before, DEFCON Groups is having their own CTF that unfortunately I'm not getting to. If you are at besides Las Vegas, Pros versus Joes is amazing because the way they set up their teams, there's one hardened, experienced cybersecurity person, and the rest of the team are noobs, and both learn from each other. It's a great-ass experience. Adversary Village is doing their own CTF as well as their own weird thing at that initiative. SquadCon has their own CTF. I'm going to talk about SquadCon in a moment. There's going to be a drone CTF and hacking stuff at Black Hat. God, I wish it was at DEFCON. That sounds like a DEFCON thing, but it's not. And there's a ton of online line ones where if you are not attending in person or you want to cut your teeth on stuff, there's a ton of that, and we're going to be adding some more tomorrow. So, let's talk about the actual conventions themselves and some of the parties and stuff. We're going to go by this super quick. I wish I could do this longer, but we're running out of time. I'm going on other people's schedules. First of all, SummerCon already happened. It was really fun. As you can see, I attended SummerCon. I was an actual volunteer staff member. I did it last year as a volunteer staff member for SummerCon. Did it again this year. It was really fun. They had a Zoom live stream if you couldn't make it. If you could make it there physically, but you couldn't afford it or tickets ran out, what's unique about them is they have another venue that's around the corner called Park Place, where you can eat and drink, and they have the same live stream on a big giant screen. So that was really cool. Had a lot of fun. That was in New York. It's also one of the oldest cons. Going on, there's 2 conventions going on right now. The one that's full swing going on right now is Ring Zero. This year they're titling it Zero Gravity by Ring Zero. Every one of these cons, except for SummerCon, has workshops. Ring Zero is nothing but workshops. So if you want to learn more Wizard advanced shit, or you want to go from beginner to intermediate, and you have money to spend like thousands of dollars, like $2,000 to $4,000 for 2 to 5 day intensive workshops, that's all you do at Ring Zero. They're located at the Palms Casino Resort, and they have a couple of free online ones that are already updated, and they have one online remote one in particular. But the in-person stuff, they have crazy stuff like learning how to break secure boot is one of their one of their workshops. They have practical web browser fuzzing where you spend like 2 to 4 days learning it. Just really cool workshop stuff. I hope next year I can volunteer from them. That they're already on their 3rd day right now, by the way. Going to jump ahead. The one that's going on right now, but they're really going to kick off Wednesday and Thursday, is Black Hat USA. This is one of our bigger guides, so it's probably going to take an extra minute to load. But just quick recon, if you don't know what Black Hat USA is, this is the suit and tie one. It's normally really fucking expensive. It's $600 to physically just go into the business pass stuff, but there's a lot of ways for cheap for free. You can get discount stuff for certain groups like the EFF and stuff, certain scholarship programs. The virtual business stuff, so it's everything but the talks virtually, is free, and I think you can still sign up for it, so get on that right now. Also, the Knock streams live on Twitch for some reason. I have no idea why. But if you want the talks, that's going to be thousands of dollars. If you want to do, if you want just to do lobby and stuff and everything else, but the talks $600. But there's a lot of cool advantages going to Black Hat. You mainly go there for networking. If you're like in cybersecurity, you want to learn cybersecurity, but mainly you want to like up your career and get those connections, and you have the money to spend like at least $600 for the business pass, go for Black Hat. But there's a bunch of other cool perks, like you pick up your DEFCON badge early because it's run by the same people. It's run by Jeff Moss, aka Dark Tangent. He's like Superman, Clark Kent. They're the same people. We have a little guide to how like all the online stuff works. There's a bunch of resources. They have a little kid daycare thing that you can do. They do the Pony Awards, which you get a preview of that at SummerCon. The actual awards is going to happen at Black Hat exclusively. Again, there's the drone hacking stuff. We're going to get into the bricks and picks later because that's a whole cool, insane thing that you expect at DEF CON, but it's not. They have a startup competition because, again, they're more like business-oriented people. They have a bunch of community sessions and meetups that are going on there if you're interested. They have a CISO meetup that's just for CISOs, which really tells you how business they are. If you're into like analyzing data and analyzing security matters, Omida has its own summit with its own talks and stuff. They have a bunch of workshops. The big workshop this year, training, is as Black Hat has its own cert. If you really want to spend $2,000 for a bunch of stuff, it's PC Pens, the SecOps group, so they're really good. But a bunch of this stuff you can also get online for free or really cheap. But if you want to spend $2,000, just get the Black Hat cert. Go right ahead, do it. Another cool thing about Black Hat is they have a track called Day Zero, which is if you've never been to Black Hat before, they do it the Tuesday. But they do it on the first morning, afternoon on Tuesday, and it tells you cool talks at Black Hat, what to expect. It's like this guide, but in presentation format. Big thing at Black Hat is the arsenals, where they show off a lot of different tools and techniques to use. There's also sponsored talks, which believe it or not, a lot of times the sponsored talks actually have really good stuff that they talk about. So, and those sponsored talks are also in the free virtual thing. So even though you can't see the main trainings, it's still a good thing to see. Black Hat, again, has its own talks. Because we're pressed for time, we would normally do some highlights. I might do a separate video thing in like tomorrow or Tuesday of highlighting what talks I want to personally see. But just know that the trainings are there. So just skipping ahead, because it's technically going on right now, but it's not really going to kick off until like Wednesday and Thursday. So that's going on. Tomorrow, however, Diana Initiative is happening. Now, this started off as TiaraCon as part of DEF CON. This was like hi, we're the women hackers and the other marginalized groups especially in terms of gender and sex. So we made TiaraCon, and they eventually grew so big, they renamed themselves Diana Initiative, and they're their own separate con. They're only a one-day con this year, this Monday. A lot of cool exclusive stuff, especially if you are a woman, cis or trans, or a femme-presenting person, or just like to open up your mind to just different stuff. If you're there that entire week and you have nothing to do on Monday, get the tickets for Diana Initiative. It's a really fucking awesome place. I love covering them every year. They have such unique stuff. They're going to be at the West Inn Las Vegas Hotel and Spa, and I kind of find it funny that, like, you know, I mean, I'm big for self-care, especially like moisturizing and stuff. But usually the stereotype is that for more femme people, they love like self-care. So I think it's interesting that they picked the one hotel that has a dedicated spa. I just think that's amusing. I mean, I'm gonna go to Diana Initiative. I hope next year, and if I do, I'm gonna use the fucking spa. You know, that's me. Again, Adversary has their own like adventure game that they have there. That's cool. They have their own career village with their own talks. Lockpick Extreme does their lockpicking village there. We're gonna get into that later in the next 5 minutes. They have their own maker village where you can solder stuff, and then they have their own exclusive like workshops. So Black Hat Hoodie, which really focuses, it's a woman, trans, and cis only thing, so you have to be a woman in order to enter. And right now, the one they're doing this year is a dedicated reverse engineering. These are add-ons that you add on with your ticket. So, you know, you can't go to Black Hat. You can learn advanced reverse engineering if you're a woman at Diana Initiative. They also have an Active Directory exploitation workshop that's dedicated, and they also have a sort of business and career one about crisis scenarios. If you're C-suite level or you're like a security leader, you know, how to make decisions and stuff like that. It's a really great workshop. And then they have their own list of very unique talks that are going on. They have their own keynote. There's like 1 or 2 talks that I think are at other cons. And in fact, I'm going to scroll down because I want to shout out one talk that we'll have time to talk about. Because congratulations on this hacker, this fucking hacker, okay? Like all these talks are amazing, but there's one particular hacker that, like, Jesus fucking Christ, she managed to speak at Diana Initiative, Black Hat, and B-Sides Las Vegas. She is everywhere. So congratulations for her. And her talk is a talk that I can't wait to see online because I won't be able to see any of this in person because I'm not going to any of these, which is the Yandex leak, where Yandex, the big Russian search engine, the Google of Russia, had all 45 gigabytes of their source code leak, and it showed a lot of scary and interesting shit. And she did a ton of research on it. She's going to debut it at Diana Initiative, Black Hat, and B-Sides Las Vegas. Go check it out. And again, if you have a Monday with nothing to do, even if you're a cis male, I'd say, go check out Diana Initiative. It's going to open your mind. You're going to meet new people that you don't normally meet. You're going to see talks that you're not going to see anywhere else. Really awesome shit. Now, let's get into traditional Hacker Summer Camp here. I'm sorry we're blazing through this, but we're on time limit now. Plus, I'm getting hungry. B-Sides Las Vegas is happening again this year. This happens on the Tuesday and Wednesday of this week, so August 8th and 9th. And they've been around for a while, and the best way I've always described them is similar. They're the original security B-Sides. B-Sides usually opens up in cities that don't really have big hacker conventions, or ones where it's like they have one, but it's like they're off season, like with B-Sides in New York City. B-Sides Las Vegas, like most B-Sides, they're like MagFest. It's like the way MagFest is for gamers. Unlike, even though DEFCON is made up by hackers, they're made of like the big wigs at hackers, really elite people. I'm not saying there's not really cool, amazing people at B-Sides, but what I'm saying is that they are made by community members for community members. It's volunteer run. It used to be free for a while, but because of COVID and, you know, the recent new recession that we've been in, thanks to Trump, and continuing on with Biden, they have charged for stuff, but it's probably the most affordable con outside of SquadCon on the Strip and Diana that you will attend. 2 days, really cool, unique stuff. I have the map of their floor plan here and where to go. And let's talk about unique stuff with them. By the way, their COVID thing is they're not required, but you should probably wear it anyhow. They're at the Tuscany Suits and Casino. They have a silent auction as they do every year that's sponsored by the EFF, so you can like raffle stuff. They have the Proving Ground, which is kind of like Pros versus Joes with their CTF, but instead it's about speaking. So they find some really cool research of people who have never spoken before, and they instead then they pair them up with someone who's been good with speaking, like me, even though I haven't done this, or like Deviant or someone, and they coach them on speaking, and they get to speak. And what's interesting is that both parties get to learn, and the people who teach them kind of get judged a bit. So it's really fascinating for people who are more experienced. They have a training ground where there's all sorts of crazy workshops, some that you can't find at Black Hat or DEF CON, some that are repeats from Black Hat or DEF CON. So if you're only attending B-Sides, but you can't attend Black Hat, some of these are repeated there. That's good for you. Middle ground is kind of the area where you can mingle. They have music. There's other surprises and stuff. A lot of activities happen. They have their own lockpicking village, once again. If you run a security B-Sides, they have their own meetups. And they also have their own talks. Lots of crazy things. There's like Brazilian scamming malware stuff. There's like history about hacking. Once again, GitHub Active Directory gets a fucking beating at this. So yeah, check that out. Again, I might do a separate video of just my highlights, but we have all of our highlight talks there. The new con that's happening this year. Same Thursday, Friday, and Saturday that DEF CON's going on, SquadCon happens. This is made by the amazing-ass people of Black Girls Hack. They had a booth last year at DEF CON 31. It went really well and great, and unfortunately, let's find it. This bullshit happened where they submitted, and Blacks in Cybersecurity is going to be there. If you're at DEF CON, check them out. They're awesome. But I guess they thought, oh, that's just enough for minority representation, and just didn't include Black Girls Hat as a village. It was, I'm going to be perfectly honest, fucking DEF CON core staff, what the fuck are you thinking? Especially as an OPSEC PR thing. This was a huge-ass blunder. But there is a silver lining to this. Because I'm not going to play the video, but when that happened, they literally did the bender. Oh, I'm going to make my own convention, security convention during Hacker Summer Camp with blackjack and hookers. And that's what they did. They made #SquadCon. It's a 3-day con at the industrial community stage space. And I would say, in addition to focusing on minority-led, especially African-American, people of color, talks, it more focuses on they have workshops there, CTF, pen testing. It more focuses, in my opinion, on the management side of things. They have a lot of management. They have a really cool talk that I'm going to shout out at the bottom about archiving, but also note again, they have their own CTF done by the Play Cyber people, and they have their own after party. Going to jump ahead of this on Saturday called Superheroes versus Villains that you definitely don't want to miss. And they have a ton of different talks. A lot of them are here about corporate executive, breaking into AI, learning security, bug bounty, hunting stuff. But I do want to highlight one particular talk here that's done by Dr. I hope I pronounced their name right, Sylvia Holes, which is Black Archives and the Narrative's Humanity. And it's about archiving Black contributions, especially in tech, and making sure that they are documented and heard. So I just want to announce that. Again, that happens the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, congruent to DEF CON at Industrial. It's great. DEF CON 31. This is the big kahuna. This is the traditional one. This is technically, there's kind of a little preview one starting on Thursday. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is the big meat and potato stuff. This is our second longest guide, I believe, or our longest guide. It's going to take a minute, but this is a mega convention. It's 4 casino hotels all in the same area on the Strip, and usually pre-COVID, it gets 27,000 to 32,000 hackers every year, and it's so big that all of its villages are their own conventions. They would be considered normal-sized hacker conventions everywhere else. They have their own talks, parties, CTFs, all of that. Quick thing, if you don't want to use our guide, there is a Black Hat app for, let me quickly switch over to camera mode. We're almost done here, just 3 more minutes, we're going to be streaming. There is a Black Hat app where you can schedule all of your meetings and talks and stuff. And then there's the Hacker Tracker, which not only covers DEF CON itself, and you can highlight tracks and stuff, it also covers a bunch of other conventions, including Diana Initiative and B-Sides Las Vegas. So get the Hacker Tracker app. You can download both of these on Android and iOS. That will be a time saver and a mental saver for you. Black, DEFCON is where everything's at. Again, they're at 4 different hotels. We have the maps for the Caesars, including a 3D tour of it, the Flamingo, the Harrah's, and the LinkU. I believe I'm going to be at the probably the either the LinkU or the Caesars for most of the time. Now I'll explain why in a moment. The whole disability guide, that's great. They also have a bunch of stuff on Discord. This is probably going to be the most in-person stuff they've done, but there is going to be occasional Twitch, YouTube, and Discord stuff, mainly in the villages. So make sure to check that out. They have a ton of villages for everything. Yeah, I know. New villages this year, real quick. Embedded System Village is going to be new this year. Password Village is not new. They're new-ish, but they're going to have a blowout this year. It's going to be great. Telecom Village, which I'm really interested in. Just want to know the fuck about that. Again, there's going to be a virtual reality village, independent from the DEFCON VR village, which we also have listed here. And finally, a new one. Oh, that's it for the new ones. They have a village for everything: AI, aerospace, fucking boats, just everything. They're voting, policy. If you think of it, they have a village for it. And in addition, they're also going to have community meetups this year. Demo Lab is going to be a big thing, big project. There's going to be a talk, a demo, and an after party for Veiled. That's going to be by the Cult of the Dead Cow. It's going to be a big thing. They're going to be showing off so many different workshops here. So you're going to learn a bunch of cool new skills like iron hardening Python, stuff like that. I can't find it because there's so much data here, but they also are doing trainings. Most of those are booked. That's the 2 days, the Monday and the Tuesday after DEFCON ends on Sunday. So that's completely separate from the con. Just to have a note about that. There's also going to be demo labs like with Veiled where they're going to be showing a bunch of new tools. Very unique to DEFCON this year is they teamed up officially with the White House and the AI Village, and they're going to bring a ton of AI source codes and platforms that are normally never shown to the public, and they're going to be showing off to every hacker there, and you can go and you can hack the shit out of them so they can harden them better, so we have better AI policies and better AI equipment. And then once again, they have their own talks. We have the highlight list here. And that's all the stuff for the strip. Now, independent from that is Usenix, Soups, and GrepSex going on. That's in Anaheim, California, same time as DEFCON. They're the academic research paper stuff. They have their, even though they're supported by the EFF, they have their own crazy stuff. They have their own talks. If you're really interested in white papers and research papers on security topics and privacy topics, that's going to be totally it for you. The big camp this year is going to be, there's not Tor Camp, that's going to be next year probably, is the Chaos Computer Camp. It's run out in Germany by CCC. We have not only a guide on how to camp, we have a guide about surviving and touring Germany, about the location itself. We have maps. We have how to get on the their online stuff, including how to use Chaos VPN, which is not needed, but they have a lot of stuff there. And finally, the new guide that we debuted today that we're going to talk about on social media when this live stream ends is if you are interested in free culture and freedom of information and academia, even more so than Usenix, Wikimania is happening in person in Singapore, and we have a guide about Singapore for that, but most of it is going to be streamed and done online, so that's a great thing to check out. Finally, to wrap all this stuff out, I wish we could go in more. We have a huge list of meetups and parties going on, all of Hacker Summer Camp, particularly for Black Hat and DEFCON, but we also highlight some from the DIA Initiative and also from SquadCon and B-Sides Las Vegas. Before we end it, I just want to go through some quick tips about the parties, okay? First of all, the emergency number for the DEFCON helpline is 725-222-0934. That is 725-222-0934. You can call or text that. That's DEFCON staff and goons. You can also respond to them on Signal and Discord with that. They will get in touch with you immediately. Again, emergency number is right on top of the guide. If someone bothers you or is trying to convince you to do something you don't want to do, say no. And if they keep bothering you, you can tell them to fuck off. If they don't fuck off and they want a phone number, give them that Rickroll phone number I said. If not, contact DEFCON Goon Fleet immediately. Or if it's super serious, call the Nevada authorities, 911. If you see someone getting harassed or bothered or an incident, don't be a wallflower. Help. Even just going off and being, hey, what's going on, will usually get rid of a hostile attacker or whatever. Just be involved. Make sure you have your trust circle with your burners and your numbers and stuff. Please take frequent breaks and rehydrate at the parties, especially while drinking. Please eat food and drink water between drinks when you're drinking. And never leave your drink and food attended alone in public. If you especially left alone for more than 30 seconds, just get a new one. Unfortunately, both men and women get roofied. We have a list of what's roofing, how it happens. We have certain things you have nightcaps where you can put over your drink, little things you can use to check to see if it's been roofied. Just that's a whole thing. If you're not a drinking person, both B-Sides and DEFCON has friends of Bill W. They help you through it. And there's going to be a sober speakeasy party where if you don't drink, you can drink mocktails with other people who don't drink. Last but not least, because there's a ton of parties and meetups that we list, I just want to highlight that Bishop Fox is going to, if you can't attend any of these cons, on Friday, August 11th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Bishop Fox is going to be doing a live streaming called Art of Hacking, where they're going to bring in a ton of workshops. They're going to be teaching red teaming, cloud, and bringing in John Hammond and a bunch of other people. It's going to be like DEF CON without going to DEF CON. It'll be fun. So that's going to be it for our stream. Definitely check out these guides. I'm going to do the link for the Surviving Las Vegas because that's the base guide. In the next couple of weeks, we're going to be having a guide for HackCon, which is by the Major League Hacking people. And we're also going to release a guide for Blue Team Con, which happens later on in August, and Hacker Red Team Con, that's going to be happening next month in September. Again, I want to thank Hack Manhattan for hosting this live stream. And if you want to follow us, you can, again, follow us on Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, PureTube, or Kick, and we get notifications on live stream because of that. And you also get notifications of when we get live on air. If you want to check us out, there's our Medium blog at defcon.medium.com. If you want to follow us on Twitter, or now known as X, the Failing Bird site, Mastodon, GitHub, Instagram, things like that, Threads. We have a link to our link tree. And finally, if you want to chat with us, here is our Discord. So that's going to be it for the live stream. I'm sorry that we had to blaze through it near the end, but I'm hungry. I need to go to places. I need to prepare because, quick shout out, I'm planning on going to DEF CON this year and attending the Lockpicking Village. So you see me hopefully at DEF CON at Tool between Thursday and Sunday at DEF CON and some of the after parties, especially during the veiled one. I have to go eat food, but thanks to Hack Manhattan for hosting this live stream. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned if you're on Twitch. We're going to raid a place. YouTube's going to send you to a cool place. It's going to be great. Hack the planet. Dirty Jersey represents. And remember, when you're on time limit.
I got locked up.
Okay, I know. I'm shutting it down right now. Peace, guys. I'm shutting everything down right now. Thank you, by the way. Okay, so I'm going to play this. Okay.